Chapter 1. The Doctor A.T. Midnight. Myra Saint arrived at Damon Vale's penthouse, covered in blood that was not hers, and carrying a flash drive inside her mouth. The elevator opened at 12:04 a.m. No call from security. No scheduled visitor. No warning from the perimeter system that watched the building like a mechanical god with trust issues. 1 second, Damon stood alone in the east-facing study of Vale Tower, with 3 walls of glass around him. Manhattan burning beneath a winter-black sky. The next, the private elevator doors parted, and Dr. Myra Saint stepped out barefoot, shaking, and red to the wrists. Damon reached for the gun beneath his desk before he recognized her. Recognition did not make him lower it. Myra lifted both hands slowly. Blood had dried beneath her nails. Blood streaked the sleeve of her pale coat. Blood marked the hollow of her throat in a thin line that looked too deliberate to be spray. She was 32, brilliant, disowned by one old-money biotech family and hunted by another. Her face was angular and composed in every photograph Damon had ever seen of her, the kind of face donors trusted and rivals disliked. Tonight, that composure had been torn open at the seams. Her dark hair was damp from sleet. Her mouth was swollen as if she had bitten through it. Her eyes, green and glass-bright, found Damon's. "You need to shoot me or lock the building down," she said. Damon's finger rested along the trigger guard. "Those are not mutually exclusive." "No," her breath hitched. "I suppose they are." Behind him, the city reflected in the glass like another version of the room. One Damon Vale with a gun, one blood-covered doctor, one impossible arrival at midnight, multiplied in cold pains until every angle looked like evidence. 6 weeks had passed since Eden House burned. Not completely. Nothing that old died cleanly. The official reports called it a structural fire at a private medical retreat off the Maine coast. 3 shell companies dissolved within 48 hours. 2 staff members vanished. 4 patients appeared under sealed protective custody. 7 children were moved through medical and legal firewalls, so dense even Damon did not know every location by design. Alara Voss had been extracted alive. Pregnant, furious, not safe, never safe, but alive. Sierra Black had broadcast enough of Eden House to make half the Covenant's outer circle scatter into lawyers, private flights, and sudden charitable donations. Celia Black had testified behind a screen with her voice altered, and her hands trembling around a mug of coffee Damon had not made, but still somehow felt responsible for. Eden had not cried once during extraction. That was the detail that haunted him more than the facility's files. A 5-year-old girl, named after the place that made her, had walked through a sea cave in a blanket, holding Sierra Black's hand and Damon's ring in a sealed pouch, and had asked whether fathers could be unmade if someone wrote the paper wrong. not known how to answer. No one had. Now Myra Saint stood in his penthouse, blood on her hands. And Damon understood with cold certainty that Eden House had not been the root, only a branch. He kept the gun steady. How did you get past my security? Myra's laugh broke almost immediately. You still think security is doors? Answer, I used your mother's emergency code. Every part of him went still. The room seemed to lose heat. Damon had destroyed Helena's codes 3 times, burned physical backups, rebuilt the systems, replaced access routes, cut old family architecture from Vale Tower until the building's bones should have forgotten her name. Myra saw his face and swallowed. She gave it to my father, she said. Years ago, before she ran. My mother did not know your father. She knew every doctor who touched you. The gun remained level. His body did not move. Inside, something old and nameless turned its face toward the dark. The white rooms, the bell, the woman behind glass saying, Subject demonstrates bonding distress under maternal separation. His mother screaming once. Damon forced the memory back with the same precision he used for knives. Where is my security team? He asked. Alive, Myra's voice steadied by force. Confused, several floors below. Your system thinks I'm Helena Vale. That is impossible. Yes, she said. That's why I came. Damon lifted his phone with his free hand and pressed one command. Lockdown. The penthouse sealed in layers. Elevator disabled. Stairwells locked. Signal scrubbers active. Internal recording started and backed up to 3 dead servers that even he could not delete without Mara Ellison's authorization. Myra watched him do it. Good, she said. Then she swayed. Damon did not move toward her. She caught herself against the back of a chair, leaving a bloody handprint on the gray leather. His gaze dropped to it. Whose blood? Myra closed her eyes for 1 second. My father S. Damon lowered the gun by an inch, not out of trust, because some truths entered a room with weight, and grief had its own scent. Myra Saint smelled of sleet, adrenaline, antiseptic, and a death she had been too close to fake. He's dead, Damon asked. Yes, by your hand. Her eyes opened. No, by whose? Gree Morvant's. The name moved through the room like a live wire. Damon's grip tightened. Dr. Gree Elena Morvant had escaped Eden House during the broadcast collapse. She had left behind burned labs, false records, 3 decoy bodies, and a video of herself smiling at Damon through static, while Eden House's lower level filled with smoke. She had also left behind 1 sentence written in black marker across the central operating theater. The study continues where the subject remembers. Damon had spent 6 weeks hunting her. Myra Saint had found her first, or Gree had found Myra. Where? Damon asked. My father's private lab. Beneath Saint Biologics, closed fertility wing. Location. Gone. Gone. Myra's mouth twisted. Exploded. Burned. Sterilized. Choose your verb. Gree likes redundancy. Is she injured? Gree, Myra shook her head. She walked out clean. Of course she did. Myra's knees bent. This time, Damon moved. Not close enough to touch at first. Never that. He reached the chair nearest her and pulled it back with his foot. Sit. I'm not poisoned. I didn't ask. I might be tracked. You are. Her eyes sharpened. What? You are almost certainly tracked. Sit. A strange laugh escaped her. You make paranoia sound restful. I have evidence supporting it. Of course you do. She sat because her body had reached the end of defiance, not because he commanded it. Damon saw the difference. It mattered. He set the gun on the desk, still within reach, and called Annika. She answered on the first ring. Sir. Penthouse breach. Myra Saint is here. Lock all outer elevators and sweep for Helena Code intrusion. A pause. Myra Saint is in your penthouse. Yes. Alive. For now. Myra gave him a look that might have been offense if she had more blood in her face. Annika's voice hardened. Threat. Unknown. She claims Gree killed her father. Another pause, shorter. Medical team. Clean team. No networked equipment. Send Mara too. On it, sir. Yes. Alara's team. Damon looked toward the windows. Alara was in a secure location outside the city, under medical protection so layered that Damon only knew the first 2 false addresses. He had agreed to that. He had helped build it. He had not slept well since. Do not notify unless risk connects to her. Understood. He ended the call. Myra watched him. Alara is alive. Yes. The pregnancy. Also alive. Her eyes closed. Relief moved across her face so plainly that Damon's suspicion sharpened. You care, he said. Myra opened her eyes. I was there when they brought her in. A pulse beat once hard at the base of Damon's throat. The room narrowed. Myra must have seen the change because she lifted one hand, palm out. Not in surrender. Boundary. I did not touch her against her will, she said quickly. I swear it. I argued for her transfer to observation instead of intervention. I moved her blood work under a false label. I delayed Gree twice. Damon's voice went quiet. Delayed what? Myra's face paled further. Answer carefully, he said. I am. Not enough. She swallowed. Something in him had changed. He knew it. The air knew it. His body's response had been trained into him before language could name it. Threat to selected partner, fetal uncertainty, medical vulnerability. Ilara, the child, the bond that was not destiny, not consent, not love by itself, but still lived in his blood like a hand closing around the bars of a cage. He took one step back. Myra noticed. Good. Delayed what? He repeated slower. Myra's voice softened, not with pity. Clinical caution, perhaps, or human care from a woman who had once helped study what happened when men like him were pushed past regulation. An amniotic genetic pull. His vision flashed white at the edges. He breathed once, then again. Do not break the room. Rooms were replaceable. Information was not. Did they perform it? No. You're certain? Yes. Why? Because I switched Alara's chart with a decoy patient who had already been discharged. A pause. Damon stared at her. Myra looked back, eyes bright but steady. That bought 18 hours, she said. Sierra Black used 16 of them to start a fire and insult everyone with surgical precision. Against his will, a breath that was almost a laugh left Damon's chest. Not humor, the body's strange relief at finding one unbroken thread in a field of wire. Myra's gaze shifted with recognition. You care for difficult women. I care for women the world should have known better than to corner. That sounds like the same thing in your life. Usually, the almost human moment died quickly. Myra leaned forward, then winced, one hand pressing beneath her rib. Damon's gaze sharpened. You are injured. Not badly. People covered in blood are poor judges of badly. I'm a doctor. Then you're an arrogant judge of badly. Her mouth curved faintly. It was a weak expression. Tired, but real enough to irritate him. I forgot, she said. The subject dislikes medical authority. The word subject struck the room dead. Damon's face must have changed because Myra went still. Don't call me that, he said. The air froze around the sentence. Myra's face drained of its last color. I'm sorry. No, his voice stayed low. You are trained not to be careless with that word, so don't be. I know, her breathing grew shallow. I know I'm sorry. Damon studied her. Apology, immediate, specific, no defense. He did not forgive her. He adjusted the threat level. Why are you here? He asked. Myra reached toward her mouth, then hesitated. Damon's attention locked on the movement. She opened her lips and used 2 blood-streaked fingers to pull a tiny sealed capsule from the inside of her cheek. A data capsule. She placed it on the table with care. I couldn't risk pockets. Grease searched me before she left him to die. Damon looked at the capsule. What is on it? The unredacted file. Which file? Yours. The city beyond. The glass seemed very far away. Damon did not touch the capsule. Myra said, Your condition is not inherited. Nothing in his body moved. His mind did, violently. Old words rearranged themselves. Veil response, bonding disorder, bloodline expression, compatible trigger, air-linked dominance pattern, the curse he had been raised to fear. The monster his grandmother claimed had always lived in Vale men. The violence he had spent his adulthood containing, because if it came from blood, then every desire was suspect, every touch contaminated, every longing a door to ownership. Myra's voice continued softer. It was engineered. The penthouse did not tilt. Damon knew because he checked. Floor steady, glass walls intact, gun on desk, doctor bleeding in chair. One data capsule between them. But something inside him moved with tectonic force. "Say that again," he said. Myra's eyes glistened. "Damon." Again. The veil response was engineered. "At least in you. Maybe in Lucian. Maybe in others," she swallowed. "You were not born that way." He looked at his black ring. Old gold, black stone, thorns, symbol of a curse he had used as both warning and shield. Not born, made. He felt nothing. That was how he knew the damage had gone too deep for immediate feeling. "What did they do?" he asked. Myra closed her eyes briefly. Endocrine manipulation, conditioning, attachment deprivation, forced symbolic association, scent trigger pairing, gene expression modulation using experimental viral delivery systems. Some of it theoretical on paper, some of it done to you before protocols were formally written. The words were too clean. He hated clean words most. They let horror wear a lab coat. "Who signed?" he asked. "My father." "No." Her eyes opened. "Who authorized it?" Damon said. Myra's silence answered. Still, he made her speak. "Who?" "Octavia Vale." "Expected. Not easier." "And my father." Myra looked down. Adrian signed access consents. The old name landed without grief. Damon had burned through his father years ago. Whatever remained was ash in an expensive urn. No one visited. "Helena." "No." Myra's voice sharpened with the first clean anger he had heard from her. "Your mother tried to stop it. The white room, the bell." His mother screaming once. Damon's hand closed around the edge of the desk. The wood cracked. Myra flinched. He released the desk immediately and stepped back. "Control. Aim. Do not become evidence for their thesis." The crack in the desk remained, a jagged line beneath his palm. Myra looked at it, then at him. "You are allowed to be angry," she said. His laugh was soft and empty. "That is a doctor's opinion. It is a human one. Risky specialty. I changed fields. Convenient timing." "I know." Silence spread between them. Myra accepted his contempt. That mattered, not enough to trust, enough to listen. He picked up the data capsule with a hand steadier than he felt. "Why bring this to me now? My father left a dead man trigger. When Gree killed him, the archive unlocked, but only for 12 minutes. I copied what I could. Why not go to police?" Her mouth twisted. The first hospital where Eden House sent women was funded by a police benevolent trust tied to Octavia. The second judge assigned to Alara's emergency petition owned St. Biologics shares through his wife. The federal investigator who interviewed Celia Black last week sent his notes to a server Gree controlled within 6 minutes. Damon stared at her. She gave a small shrug that caused her pain. You asked. He almost respected that. Almost. What do you want? Protection. For yourself. Yes. The honesty was clean enough to surprise him. And Myra's gaze held his. Access to Alara. Voss. No. The word left him before thought. Myra did not recoil. I need to examine her. No. Not for them. No. If Gree has older embryo records, and Alara's current pregnancy is tied to a modified implantation protocol, we need to know whether there are risks. Alara has doctors. Do they know what a fabricated veil imprint marker looks like in fetal blood work? The questions struck with surgical precision. Damon said nothing. Myra pressed her advantage because she was intelligent and either brave or desperate. Do they know how to distinguish natural pregnancy markers from post-Eden house hormone interference? Do they know what suppressants you were given as a child and whether any of those markers appear in the embryo? Do they know how to read Saint format redactions? Damon's jaw tightened. Myra's voice softened. I am not asking you to trust me with her. I am asking you to let her decide whether she wants information I may be the only person alive who can read. The only person alive. Damon looked at the blood on Myra's coat. You're certain your father is dead? Yes. Gray. Alive. Others with the knowledge. Gree has the knowledge to continue the study. I have the knowledge to understand what my father did. Her gaze did not waver. There is a difference. There was. Damon hated that there was. The elevator panel flashed red. Annika had arrived at the outer lock. Damon opened the door remotely. Annika entered with 2 clean team medics. Mara Ellison behind them in a camel coat over silk pajamas, and an expression that suggested everyone involved would be billed for damaging her sleep. Myra took in the room. Blood Myra, gun, cracked desk, data capsule in Damon's hand. No one say anything dramatic until I've had coffee, Mara said. Myra blinked. Damon looked at Annika. Check her for trackers. Manual only. She claims Helena code intrusion. Annika's face changed. Impossible. So I said, Helena code is dead. So I believed. Mara looked at Myra. Dr. Saint, are you here voluntarily? Myra smiled faintly. That's more complicated than it should be. Mara's gaze sharpened. It usually is. Are you currently being coerced by Mr. Vale? No, by anyone else. Myra's smile vanished. Gree Morvant killed my father and may have left with enough data to restart the Vale study. Mara closed her eyes briefly. I said no drama until coffee. Annika crouched beside Myra, scanning for devices with a handheld tool. Any implants? Myra hesitated. Damon saw it. So did everyone else. Annika's voice changed. Where? Left shoulder, Myra said. Subdermal. tracking and compliance monitor. I disabled transmission before I came, but removal may trigger a deadman alert. Mara looked at the ceiling, as if asking a god she did not believe in for patience. Compliance monitor. Myra's jaw tightened. Yes, you're a doctor. I was also my father's daughter. That landed. Mara said nothing for once. Annika stood. Med team can stabilize, but removal needs a specialist in a shielded room. I can do it, Myra said. Annika stared at her. From your own shoulder. Yes, arrogant doctor. Damon said. I already used that one. Myra's eyes flicked to him. A small thread of something passed through the blood and fear. Not attraction. Not yet. Recognition of a shared tolerance for terrible circumstances and worse humor. Mara saw it and narrowed her eyes. Absolutely not. Damon looked at her. What? Whatever that was, no. Myra blinked again. I'm bleeding. Exactly, Mara said. Everyone behaves. Annika's mouth almost moved. Damon placed the data capsule into a secure reader, isolated from the penthouse network. What is the access phrase? Myra looked at the capsule, then at him. Helena chose it. Damon's hand stopped over the reader. Myra continued, voice quieter. She left it in my father's archive. He thought it was a nonsense phrase. Damon already knew. He did not want to hear it. Say it. Myra's eyes softened in a way he did not want from her. She wrote, Damon is not the monster. He is the lock. The room went quiet. Mara's face changed. Annika looked away. Damon stared at the capsule. The lock, not the beast, not the curse, not the air, not the subject, not the monster King Sira had named, and everyone had believed because it was easier than building a new vocabulary for what had been done to him. The lock, what does that mean? Annika asked. Myra answered carefully. I think Helena believed Damon's engineered response could be reversed, or repurposed, or used to seal the protocol instead of activate it. Seal how? Damon asked. I don't know yet. Guess. Myra's mouth tightened. Through chosen refusal. Mara stepped closer. Clarify. The veil response was built around artificial bonding pressure, symbolic recognition, reproductive command language, and threat state imprinting. The Covenant believed a veil heir could activate claims by responding to compatible markers in front of witnesses. Myra's gaze moved to Damon. But Helena may have built a counterrule. If the subject recognized the manipulation and refused the claim under full activation, the system could mark the protocol invalid. Sira's voice seemed to echo from Eden House's chamber. You want a witness? Fine, I'll testify. Damon had been restrained, half-conscious, Alara on the floor below him, Eden watching from the balcony, Sira wearing his ring like a challenge. He remembered the way the air had changed when Sira said no into the broadcast, the way every screen flickered, the way Eden took her hand and the facility stopped obeying Gree for 4 precious minutes. Chosen refusal, not obedience, not dominance, refusal. Mara's eyes narrowed. If that is true, then the Covenant's old recognition mechanisms have legal and technical vulnerabilities. Myra nodded, yes. And Gree knows. I think she suspects. That is why she wants Damon back under controlled conditions. Annika's voice went cold. She had him under controlled conditions 6 weeks ago. Not long enough, Myra said, and not with the right configuration. Damon looked at her. Configuration. Myra swallowed. He saw the moment she decided whether to lie. She chose correctly. Alara, Eden, Sira, and possibly me. Mara said again, sharper, absolutely not. Annika's gaze cut to Damon. Damon's body had gone still in the way Rooms noticed. Myra did not look away, though fear tightened the muscles in her throat. Explain, he said. The women selected around you each occupy a different role in the protocol. Myra spoke quickly now, but not carelessly. Alara is the primary legal match through Ashcroft Vale lineage. Sira is the witness match, designed to destabilize narrative control and provoke protective response under public observation. Eden is the child key, created to trigger paternal recognition and succession panic. And you, Damon asked. Myra's mouth tightened. I am the medical interpreter. No, I am. No, he repeated. That is function, not role. Her face changed. For the first time since stepping out of the elevator, Myra looked truly shaken. Damon understood, why only after he heard his own words in the room. You are not a match. You are not a carrier. You are not a function. Annika had said it to Sira. Now he had thrown the same blade into Myra's cage. Myra's eyes glistened once and hardened before tears could form. My role, she said very quietly, was supposed to be compliance. The room went still. Mara's expression softened by one dangerous degree. Damon did not move. Myra lifted her chin. The doctor who could make the subject believe the procedure was care. The woman who could translate captivity into treatment. The trusted hand. The gentle voice. The person who says, "This is necessary," while turning the lock. Her voice broke on the last word. She caught it quickly. Not quickly enough. Damon looked at the blood on her hands again. Her father's blood. Gree's trap. A dead archive and a live file. He had no clean place to put Myra Saint. Victim. Accomplice. Doctor. Key. Threat. Woman shaking in his penthouse at midnight because every door in her life had locked from the outside, and she had still found a way to bring him the file. Did you ever touch me? He asked. Myra's face went white. Mara's eyes moved sharply to Damon. Annika went still. Damon held Myra's gaze. At Eden House, as a child. No, the word came fast, horrified. No, I was a child then too. How old? 5 when you were first brought in. 6 when my father transferred you out. Then later, Myra's throat moved. I reviewed your adult suppressants after your grandmother reactivated the protocol 7 years ago. Every nerve in his body went quiet. The date landed precisely. 7 years ago. Ilara's file. The activation request. His first real attempt to corrupt the Covenant system from within. The period when Octavia had insisted he begin regular medical evaluations again, claiming stress, succession, family history. You adjusted them, he said. Yes, to suppress the response. Yes, or to prime it. Myra flinched. There, Damon did not need a confession. He waited anyway. Myra's voice dropped. At first, I believed I was suppressing it. And then, I realized the suppressant cycles were creating rebound sensitivity. Mara's pen appeared in her hand, as if summoned by outrage. In plain language, they were making him more reactive during gaps, Myra said. Annika's face hardened. You knew. Not at first. When, 4 years ago, Damon absorbed that. 4 years. Myra had known for 4 years that his medication was a leash disguised as restraint. What did you do? He asked. I altered the formula. To what? To reduce rebound. Without telling me. Yes. Why? Because if I told you, my father would know I knew. Octavia would know. Gree would know. Myra's hands curled in her lap, blood flaking from her fingers. And because I was a coward. Silence. The clean team medic shift. Ed uncomfortable. Myra looked murderous. Annika looked as if she was mentally calculating how difficult it would be to restrain Damon if he decided to break the room after all. Damon felt no urge to break it. That concerned him more than rage would have. He looked at Myra and saw not absolution, not innocence, not even remorse sufficient to repair harm. He saw information. He saw a woman trained into a function, now trying to claw herself back into personhood with bloody hands. He knew that shape. Did your alteration help? He asked. Myra blinked. Yes. Can you prove it? Yes. Do it. Mara snapped. Damon. He looked at her. Mara pointed her pen at him. You do not let the doctor, who secretly adjusted your medication for years, resume medical involvement, because she staggered in with a tragic monologue. I said prove, not treat. Good, because if you had said treat, I would have hit you with this pen. The pen seems inadequate. It is Italian. Annika muttered, can confirm, sharp. Myra's mouth twitched, despite everything. Then she winced again and pressed her side. The medics stepped forward. This time, Damon moved back and gave them room. Myra watched him do it. You're afraid to stand near me. No. Then what? I am considering whether I want to kill you. The room stopped. Myra's breath caught. Mara closed her eyes. Damon. He kept his attention on Myra. You asked. That is the answer. Myra swallowed. Then, with more courage than survival instinct, she said, and I haven't decided. Fair, that word, the same word Alara had once used in the back of his car after asking who had hurt him. Fair, Damon's chest tightened so violently he almost looked away. Almost. Myra saw something. He did not know what. Her gaze softened with recognition, not pity, and that was far more dangerous. May I be treated? She asked. A check-in, a boundary, a request for medical care from the man whose penthouse she had invaded and whose history she had touched without consent for years. Damon stepped farther back. Yes, the medics moved in. Myra did not cry when they cut away part of her coat and examined the gash along her ribs. She did not cry when Annika located the subdermal monitor in her shoulder. She did not cry when Mara explained, in very cold language, that anything Myra said from this moment forward was recorded, privileged only if counsel agreed, and potentially subject to negotiated immunity, depending on the value of her testimony and the severity of her involvement. Myra listened. Then she said, I'll testify. Myra's eyebrows rose. That was not the offer. It's mine. Damon looked at her. Myra's face had become pale and clammy, but her voice was steady. I will testify to every protocol I understand, every forged consent, every medical transfer, every suppressant cycle, every time I looked away and called it survival. But first, you need to know what Gree took. Damon picked up the data capsule, the study file. Myra shook her head. The study file is what I brought. What did she take? The living map. Annika's expression hardened, meaning. Myra looked at Damon. Alara's current bloodwork, Eden's full genome, Sierra's match profile, her voice lowered. And yours. Damon went cold. Why? Mara asked. Myra's eyes did not leave Damon's. Because Gree doesn't need Eden House anymore. She has enough data to build the protocol around a smaller group. What group? Annika asked. Myra answered softly. The 4 women who activate different parts of Damon's response. Damon's hand tightened around the capsule. Ilara, Sierra, Eden, Myra. No, he rejected the configuration instinctively, violently, before he had language for the refusal. No more women arranged around his damage. No more bodies turned into keys. No more children built as proof. Gree wants a new facility, Myra said. Damon's voice was quiet. Where? I don't know. Guess. Myra looked toward the glass walls, where the city glittered as if it had not been bought, sold, bled through, and used as camouflage by families like his for generations. My father said Gree was obsessed with the origin point. Eden House. No, Myra's voice thinned. Before Eden House. Damon waited. Myra said, the original Vale estate. Annika's face changed. Mara's pen stopped. Damon felt the old house rise in memory before he could stop it. Black gates, winter gardens, portrait halls, locked east wing, a chapel where no one prayed, and beneath it all, rooms his mother had once told him never to enter even if someone called his name from inside. The original Vale estate. He had not been back in 13 years, not since Helena's funeral, not since Octavia had placed a hand on his shoulder and whispered, "Monsters inherit even when mothers fail." Myra's voice came from far away. "There is something under the estate, Damon. My father called it the Cradle Archive." "The what?" Mara asked. "The first records, before Covenant digitization, before Eden House, before grief formalized anything." Damon looked at Myra. She looked back with exhaustion, fear, and a truth neither of them wanted. "If Gree goes there," she said, "she can rebuild the study from the beginning." The penthouse intercom chimed once. Everyone froze. Annika moved to the security panel. No external breach. The intercom chimed again. Not the building system. An old tone. 3 notes. Damon knew it before anyone spoke. The chapel bell. The study windows. Every one of them turned black. Not dark from outside. Black from within. The smart glass overridden by a code that should not exist. A message appeared across all 3 walls in white text. Subject DV, recalled to origin. Below it, a live video loaded. The original Vale estate appeared beneath falling snow. Black gates open, lights burning in the east wing. At the top of the front steps stood Gree Morvant in a white coat. Beside her stood a woman with dark hair, one hand resting on her pregnant stomach. "Ilara." Damon stopped breathing. Myra whispered, "No." Annika's weapon was already in her hand. Myra pushed herself upright, despite the medic's protest. Face horror-struck. On the screen, Ilara lifted her chin. She looked pale but conscious, angry, alive. Not broken. Never that. Gree smiled into the camera. Then Ilara spoke, each word careful, as if someone had told her exactly what to say, and she had decided to make the sentence her own anyway. "Damon, do not come for me unless Myra Saint is with you." Damon's gaze cut to Myra. Myra had gone white. On screen, Ilara's hand tightened over her stomach. "And ask her," Ilara said, "why my baby's file says Saint Vale prototype." Chapter 2. The Suppression Protocol. Damon did not look at the screen after Ilara said prototype. He looked at Myra. That was worse. The penthouse had gone silent in the way rooms did before men made decisions that ruined lives. The blacked-out windows still held the frozen image of the original Vale, a state beneath falling snow. The east wing lit like a wound reopened. Gree Morvant stood on the steps in her white coat. Ilara Voss stood beside her, one hand over the child she carried, chin lifted in defiance, so absolute it made captivity look temporary. Damon's expression did not change. Not at first. That was how Myra knew something inside him had moved past anger. Subject DV, recalled to origin. Saint Vale prototype. The words remained on the glass, even after Alara's message ended. They seemed to float around Myra like a verdict her own blood had helped draft. Mara Ellison spoke first. Her voice was colder than the Manhattan glass. Dr. Saint, you are going to explain that phrase immediately. Myra's side burned where the medic had begun cleaning the cut. Her shoulder throbbed around the implant Annika had not yet removed. Her father's blood had dried into the lines of her hands, brown at the edges now, less dramatic, and somehow more accusing. She looked at Damon. He had not blinked. Damon, she said. He did not move. Mara's tone sharpened. Not a promising start. I don't know exactly what it means. The room tightened. Annika's gun was still in her hand, lowered but present. The medics remained still beside Myra's chair. No one liked that answer. Myra least of all. Damon's voice came quietly. Then guess. He had asked her that before. Guess, not because he liked speculation. Because a trained mind under pressure often knew before it could prove. Myra swallowed. Saint Vale prototype could mean 3 things. List them. She could hear the steel in him now. Not raised, not wild. Worse, the controlled edge of a man choosing every word because if he let one slip, the room might break with it. 1. Gree is using the name to make you think Alara's baby was engineered from both Saint and Vale research lines. Mara's pen moved. Not genetically Saint. Not necessarily. Saint may refer to Saint Biologics, not my family DNA. Annika's eyes narrowed. 2. Myra looked down at her hands. My father developed stabilization protocols for embryos exposed to experimental imprint marker therapies. Saint Vale prototype might mean Alara's pregnancy shows markers from one of those protocols. Damon took one step toward her. The medics shifted. Myra lifted a hand. Not necessarily intervention during pregnancy. It could be old. It could be a result of what was done to you as a child, or what was done to preserved material before anyone knew Alara existed. It could be a file label Gree invented to manipulate you. 3, Damon said. Myra's mouth went dry. 3 was the one that had made her father scream before Gree cut his throat. 3 was the one hidden in the last page she had copied before the lab burned. 3 was why she had come here, instead of disappearing into any of the safe exits she had bought years ago and never used. 3, she said, is that Gree has identified a viable embryo or pregnancy line, combining your engineered response markers with correction from Saint's Stabiliza. Tion research. Damon's eyes changed. Not outwardly, not enough for anyone who did not know what activation looked like. Myra knew. She had read his adult monitors, altered his suppressants, watched the jagged rhythm of his endocrine spikes in files she had pretended were clinical, because clinical was easier than guilt. His pupils expanded by a fraction. His shoulders lowered, not in relaxation, but preparation. His heart rate would be rising. Peripheral heat increase. Pain response narrowing. Protective aggression sharpening around the named partner and unborn child. Myra's own pulse stuttered. Not fear, not only fear. The medical part of her mind recognized the pattern. The woman in her recognized the man fighting it. Damon, she said carefully, step back. Everyone looked at her. Damon did not. His gaze remained fixed on her face. Why? Because you're activating. The words struck the room like a match. Annika lifted her calm. Mara's eyes cut to Damon's hands. The medics went rigid. Even the city beyond the blackened windows seemed to hold itself away. Damon looked down at his right hand. His black ring was still there. Old gold, black stone, thorns. His fingers had curled around nothing. He opened them slowly. Myra did not breathe until he took one step back, then another. Control, not absence of danger. Control. Vitals, he asked Annika. Annika checked her device. Her mouth tightened, elevated. How elevated? 162. Mara set her pen down. I dislike every number in that sentence. Damon's gaze returned to Myra. You said the suppressants created rebound sensitivity. Yes. Are they creating it now? Myra hesitated. That was answer enough. Damon gave a very small nod, as if another piece on the board had moved exactly where expected. When was your last dose? Myra asked. 32 hours ago. Her stomach dropped. Why? Because Gree had me restrained at Eden House for 16 of them. Because after extraction, my doctors did not know the correct cycle. Because I told them not to resume anything until I understood what I was taking. And no one called me. Mara's laugh was dry enough to cut glass. You were somewhat unavailable, doctor. I was hiding from the woman who just took Alara to the original Vale estate. Again, Mara said, somewhat unavailable. Myra looked back at Damon. 32 hours is dangerous. I am aware. No, you are not. If your last cycle was built on my father's rebound model, 32 hours places you near peak sensitivity. Threat exposure, Alara's visual presence, fetal risk language, Saint Vale trigger phrase, and the original estate call would all intensify the response. Translation, Mara snapped. If he goes to that estate now, Gree will not need to force him to claim anyone. Myra held Damon's stare. His body will try to do it for her. No one spoke. The words were ugly enough to deserve silence. Damon's face turned colder by degrees. Then I do not go. Annika's expression flickered. Myra looked up. Myra went still. You're not going, she asked. Damon looked at the frozen image of Alara on the glass. Not like this. The answer should have relieved her. It did not, because it cost him. Myra saw the cost in the tendons of his throat, in the stillness of his injured hand. in the way his gaze did not stay on Alara, because looking too long might turn decision into instinct. Ilara was alive, pregnant, at the original Vale estate. Gree had ordered him to come. Every engineered piece of Damon's body wanted to obey the threat and call it protection. He refused, not because he cared less, because he cared enough to mistrust himself. Myra's chest tightened. That was dangerous too. Admiration made poor armor. "We need to stabilize you," she said. "No." The answer was immediate. Myra closed her eyes. "Here we go." Myra did not look away. "You need detox or controlled reset before exposure to Gree's environment." "No, Damon, no." His voice was calm. His refusal was not panic. That made it harder. Myra knew the shape of it. A patient refusing the table because the table had once been a cage. A man refusing medication because medication had once been a leash. A subject refusing care because care had once come with restraints. And a woman's voice saying this is necessary while turning a lock. She did not blame him. That did not change the biology. "You have two options," she said. "A rapid stabilizing dose that may reduce activation for 8 to 12 hours, assuming Gree hasn't keyed a counter-trigger into the estate environment, or a partial detox protocol that clears the rebound cycle enough for you to remain oriented under stress." Annika asked, "How long?" 12 hours minimum." Damon's eyes cut to the screen. Myra followed his gaze. Alara's frozen image looked back at them. "No," Myra corrected herself. Alara looked past them. She had known the camera would carry fear into Damon's room. She had spoken carefully. "Do not come unless Myra is with you. Ask her why. Not come now. Not run blind." Alara had sent a problem, not an order. Good woman, Myra thought. Dangerous woman. No wonder Damon looked like the world had once placed a blade at his throat and named it after her. 12 hours is too long, Damon said. "Then we make it 6. Myra regretted the words as soon as she said them. Mara's head snapped up. Why did that sound medically reckless? Because it is medically aggressive. Try again. Myra looked at her. Because it is dangerous. Better in the sense that it is worse. Damon asked, risk. Fever, tremors, disorientation, sensory flooding, spike in protective aggression, pain response abnormalities, possible blackout if pushed too fast. No. This time, the refusal came from Annika. Damon looked at her. Annika stepped forward, expression hard. No. We do not induce a blackout state while Gree holds Alara and has system access to this building. Myra's voice stayed controlled. Then you either sedate him and lose time or send him to the estate, primed to fulfill the protocol. I didn't say do nothing. Then say what you mean. Annika's eyes sharpened. Can you guarantee he won't hurt anyone during accelerated detox? No. Can you guarantee he'll stay oriented? No. Can you guarantee you are not feeding him directly into Gree's next trap? No. Annika's jaw tightened. Myra felt every no like a stone placed in her own hands. Damon watched her silently, not accusing. That might have been easier. Can you improve the odds? He asked. Myra looked at him. Yes. How? We do the detox in a controlled environment. No restraints unless you request them. No unconscious sedation unless medically necessary and consented in advance. Continuous verbal orientation. Annika in the room if you choose. Mara outside with authority to stop the protocol. No symbolic triggers. The ring comes off. His gaze dropped to his hand. The black ring sat like a wound. For a moment, no one moved. Then Damon gripped the ring and pulled. It did not move easily. Of course it did not. Old things hated being removed. He twisted once. The skin around his knuckle whitened. He kept pulling until the ring scraped free with a thin line of blood. Myra's breath caught. Damon placed it on the desk. The room changed, subtly, strangely, as if everyone had been listening to a low frequency, and it had finally stopped. He looked at Myra. What else? The estate feed comes down. Annika was already moving. I'll isolate the display. No, Damon's gaze remained on Alara's image. Leave the text. Remove the image. Myra understood. He needed the threat visible, not her face. Annika looked at him once, then adjusted the system. Alara vanished from the glass. Gree vanished. The snowy estate vanished. Only the text remained against black. Subject DV recalled to origin. Ask her why. MY Baby-S file, says Saint Vale prototype. Damon read it, then turned back to Myra. Where? My lab, Annika said. Everyone looked at her. She lifted one shoulder. You think I let you live in a tower with no emergency medical room after Eden House? Mara pointed her pen. That is the first reasonable thing anyone has said tonight. Damon looked at Myra. You will not treat me alone. I wouldn't ask to. You will explain every drug before it enters my body. Yes, you will not touch me without asking. Her throat tightened. Yes, if I say stop, you stop. Yes, if I lose orientation, Annika takes command. Yes, if I become dangerous, you leave. No. His eyes narrowed. Myra's heart struck once hard. Not because she was brave, because she was done being the woman who stepped out of rooms while someone else paid for what her father built. No, she repeated. If you become dangerous, Annika decides whether I leave. I will not abandon a patient mid-protocol because the symptoms frighten me. I am not your patient. Then don't ask me to save your life. The room went quiet. Mara made a small sound. Not approval exactly. Annika looked between them. Damon's gaze held Myra's, dark and assessing. The pulse between them was not attraction in the soft sense. It was sharper, more difficult. Two people standing on opposite sides of a wound both had fingerprints inside. He had every reason to mistrust her. She had every reason to let him. Yet the space between them tightened anyway, not with forgiveness, but with the dangerous intimacy of necessary truth. Damon said, "I did not ask you to save my life." "No," Myra said. "You asked me to improve the odds." His mouth almost moved. "Almost." "Fine," he said. Mara exhaled. "I am registering objection to the word fine." "Registered," Damon said. "Also, if either of you start turning medical consent into charged banter, I will personally sedate the room." Myra blinked. Damon looked toward Mara. "That would be illegal. I know several judges who owe me favors." Annika said, "Lab now." They moved. Myra did not realize how close she was to collapse until she stood. Pain lance. Dee threw her side so sharply that her vision went white at the edges. She caught the chair with one bloody hand. Damon moved, stopped. His restraint cut through the moment with surgical clarity. He looked at her hand, then her face. "May I help you stand?" The question was quiet, specific. Myra's throat tightened before she could prevent it. Not because help was rare, because choice had become rare long before she admitted it. "Yes," she said, "elbow only." Damon stepped in and offered his forearm instead of taking hers. She placed her hand lightly on his sleeve. The contact was minimal. Still, his body reacted. So did hers. Heat moved beneath the black fabric, human and immediate. Not the engineered heat of bloodline myth. Not the Covenant's language. Not a charted response or a controlled variable. Just a man holding himself still, so a woman could decide how much support she needed. Myra looked up. Damon was not looking at her mouth, or body, or blood. He was looking straight ahead, jaw set, as if eye contact might make the contact harder to keep clean. That small care unsettled her more than flirtation would have. "Too much?" she asked. His eyes flicked down to hers. "No." "Truth?" A pause. "Yes." She removed her hand immediately. "Thank you," he said. The words were rougher than expected. They walked separately after that. Annika led them through a private corridor Myra suspected did not appear on any architectural plan. Mara followed with her tablet, already drafting documents with the grim satisfaction of a woman preparing to sue a dynasty before sunrise. The medics trailed behind, silent and watchful. The emergency medical room was beneath the penthouse, accessible through a service elevator that required 3 separate verifications, and one muttered curse from Annika when the Helena code interference caused the scanner to flicker. The lab was not large, but it was clean, shielded, and better equipped than most private hospitals. No windows, no wood, no portraits, no old symbols. White floor, gray cabinets, stainless counters, independent power, analog locks. The kind of room designed by someone who had understood that technology was useful only until an enemy learned its name. Annika pointed to a medical chair in the center. That reclines. It does not restrain unless manually engaged. Damon looked at the chair. Myra saw the change in his breathing. White room, cold floor. Subject, restraint recommended. No chair, she said. Annika looked at her. Myra kept her eyes on Damon. Not unless he chooses it. I'm not fragile, Damon said. No, you're conditioned. The word landed hard. Myra expected anger. Instead, Damon's face went blank in that terrible way again. Say that again, he said. Her instincts screamed caution. Her ethics told her to continue. You are conditioned to react to medical environments as if refusal will be taken from you. We do not start by repeating the first harm. Myra's fingers paused over her tablet. Annika's face softened and hardened at once. Damon looked at the chair, then at the floor. Floor, he said. Myra nodded. Floor. Annika brought a thick medical mat from a side cabinet. Damon sat on it with his back to the wall, knees bent, forearms resting loosely over them. Not relaxed, but grounded. He could see the door, the room, every person inside it. Good. Myra moved to the counter and began laying out supplies. No automated injectors. No hidden labels. Everything visible. She washed her hands 3 times before she was satisfied the blood was gone. Her father's blood turned the sink water pink, then pale, then clear. She watched the last of it disappear. No time to grieve. That was what her family had taught her. No time to object. No time to ask whether survival bought with complicity could still call itself survival. Her reflection in the steel cabinet looked ghostly and severe. She hated it. Myra, Damon's voice. She turned. He was watching her from the mat. You are dissociating. The clinical accuracy should have embarrassed her. Instead, it steadied her. So are you? Yes, Mara muttered. Doctors make terrible patients and worse conversations. Myra picked up the first vial and held it out where Damon could read the label. This is not a suppressant. It is a beta blocker to reduce cardiovascular load during withdrawal. It will not affect your cognition unless your blood pressure drops too far. Damon read the label. Dose. She told him. Risks. She listed them. Alternatives. None that buy us enough time. He nodded once. Do I have your consent to administer this dose? His gaze held hers. Yes. She prepared the injection under his eyes, slowly enough that every motion could be tracked. Then she approached and stopped an arm's length away. Left arm or right? Left. May I touch your sleeve? Yes. She rolled it up carefully. His skin was warm under her gloved fingers. Scar tissue crossed the inside of his elbow. Old puncture sites forming a pattern no kai. LD should have carried into adulthood. Myra's throat tightened. Do not react. He did not need her horror. He needed precision. Needle, she said. I see it. On 3. No. She paused. Now, he said. She injected quickly. He did not flinch. That made her want to hurt everyone who had taught him not to. She moved back immediately. Good, she asked. His eyes lifted. You are asking if I'm good after stabbing me. I'm asking if you remain oriented. Yes. Any dizziness? No. Pain? Minimal. Emotional state? Myra looked up. Is murderous a clinical category? It should be, Annika said. Damon's gaze remained on Myra. Angry. Scale of 1 to 10. At whom? Useful distinction. At Gree 10. Octavia 10. Your father 10. My father 10. You 7. Myra absorbed that. 7 felt generous. Yourself, she asked. The room went quiet. Damon looked away. Irrelevant. 10 then. His eyes snapped back. She did not soften. This protocol depends on truth, she said, including the kinds you find inefficient. His mouth tightened. For a second, she thought he would refuse. Then he said 10. A clean answer. A brutal one. Myra wrote it down with a hand that did not shake. The next stage required fluids, a low-dose receptor stabilizer, and removal of the last rebound compound from his system. She explained each step. He questioned everything. She answered everything. Mara recorded everything. Annika watched them both like a woman prepared to shoot medicine itself, if necessary. The first hour passed with clinical control. The second did not. Fever started at 1:48 a.m. Myra saw it in the flush along Damon's throat before the thermometer confirmed it. Sweat gathered at his hairline. His breathing deepened. His pulse dropped, then spiked. Pupils reactive but wide. Hands steady until they were not. He flexed his fingers once, then pressed his palms flat against the mat. Report, Myra said. Sensory increase. What kind? Sound, light, smell. Mara closed her laptop softly. Even that made Damon's jaw tighten. Myra dimmed the overheads. Annika shut off the second monitor. The medics moved to the outer room. Better, Myra asked. No. Worse. Different. She crouched several feet away. Not in reach. What do you smell? He laughed once, low and humorless. That is not a question you want answered. For the protocol, it is. His eyes lifted to hers. Dark, fever bright, too focused. Myra felt that look physically. She should have looked away. She did not. Antiseptic, he said. Metal. Annika's gun oil. Mara's coffee. Blood under the soap on your hands. Your shampoo. Your skin. Annika shifted. Mara said nothing. Myra forced herself to breathe normally. My skin is not protocol relevant. It is if I can smell your pulse. The words should not have gone through her like heat. They did. Damn her. Damn the room. Damn her father, and Gree, and every white-coated monster who had made biology into a weapon, so that even awareness could feel suspect. She kept her voice steady. Does my proximity increase distress? Yes. Do you want me to step back? Damon's hands curled against the mat. No. Mara's head lifted. Myra's heart struck hard. Is no your clinical answer, or your desire answer? She asked. His breathing changed. The air between them tightened. Not soft, not safe, but honest enough to be dangerous. Both, he said. Myra stood immediately and stepped back 3 feet. Damon's gaze sharpened. I said no. I know I heard you. Then why move? Because wanting me close during activation does not mean closeness helps your control. His eyes darkened. For one moment, he looked furious. Then he exhaled, rough and slow. Good, he said. The praise hit low, unwelcome, and Myra hated herself for the flicker of warmth it sparked. This was not romance. This was detox. This was a man made into a study, and a woman trying not to become another instrument. And still, the body noticed what it noticed. Orientation, she said. Damon Adrian Vale. Penthouse medical room. Accelerated detox. Alara held at Vale Estate. Gree attempting origin recall. Myra Saint overseeing protocol. Annika armed. Mara waiting to sue God. Mara nodded, accurate enough. Annika asked, threat level. To whom? Anyone in the room. Damon's eyes stayed on Myra. Low if distance remains. And if distance changes, Myra asked. His mouth tightened, medium. Her skin prickled. Not because she feared he would hurt her, because he had not lied. Do you want restraints? Annika asked. No, Damon said. Myra watched his hands, his breathing, the tremor he refused to acknowledge. Ask again in 10 minutes, she said. I said no, and I'm saying your answer may change. His eyes cut to hers. This time the look carried heat. Not affection, not trust, something sharper and more personal. You like pushing. No, I like consent that can update. Mara said. That sentence should be embroidered in every bedroom and operating room in America. Annika L. ooked at her, focus. I am focused. I'm also correct. The 3rd hour was worse. Withdrawal moved through Damon like weather trapped under skin. Sweat soaked the collar of his black shirt. He stripped it off after asking whether anyone objected to partial undressing for temperature regulation, which was so formal under the circumstances that Mara put her head in her hands. Myra objected to nothing. Professionally, personally, she objected to the entire concept of Damon Vale, half-dressed under low lights, scarred and fevered, and still disciplined enough to ask permission before removing a shirt in a medical room. His body told a history his suits had concealed. Old puncture scars, thin white lines near the ribs, a burn mark near his left shoulder. Surgical marks too precise to be accidents. A long scar curving along his side, kind left by a procedure no one had described in any file she had read. Myra did not stare. She catalogued. There was a difference. A thin one. Damon noticed anyway. Ask, he said. She looked up from the vitals monitor. Ask what? You want to know what made each scar? Yes. Why not ask? Because curiosity is not entitlement. His eyes held hers. The fever had taken the edges off his usual mask. Not softened him. Clarified him. He looked less like a king now, and more like a man holding a door shut with his whole body, while something enormous pressed from the other side. The one on my side, he said, was from Eden House. Myra went still. You don't have to tell me. I know. He looked down at the scar. They told my mother it was a corrective procedure. Her throat tightened. For what? Disobedience. Myra swore quietly. Annika turned away for a second. Myra did not. Damon looked back at her. Your father signed the chart. The blow landed exactly where he aimed it. It deserved to. Myra's voice came out low. I'm sorry. That changes nothing. I know. Do you? Yes. Her hands tightened around the tablet. Every apology in my mouth is too small for what my name did. I still have to say it when the harm is in front of me. The room quieted. Damon looked at her for a long time. Then he said, good. Not forgiveness. A mark on the record. She accepted it as such. At 4:12 a.m., the hallucinations began. Not full hallucinations at first. Memory intrusions. Damon's gaze tracking movement that was not there. His head turning toward sounds no one else heard. His hand flexing when the lab's analog clock chimed once. Chapel bell, he said. Myra froze. You hear it? No. Damon. I remember it. What comes after the bell? His jaw clenched. Damon, what comes after the bell? White room. Are you in the white room? No. Where are you? Penthouse medical room. Who is with you? Myra, Annika, Mara. Am I touching you? No. Are you restrained? No. Do you want restraints? His eyes closed. The question hurt him. She saw it. When he opened his eyes, the answer was different. Yes. Annika moved immediately. Myra lifted a hand. Wait. Damon looked at her, fever bright and furious. You requested restraints, she said. What kind? Wrists. Soft restraints. Front or sides? Sides. Do you want to be able to release them yourself? A muscle worked in his jaw. Yes. Annika retrieved soft medical straps and showed him the release mechanism. He tested it twice before allowing anything near his wrists. Myra stood back while Annika secured them loosely enough for circulation and movement, tight enough to provide the sensory boundary he asked for. Too tight, Annika asked. No. Do you consent to the second wrist? Yes. The language mattered. It changed the room. Not entirely, but enough. Damon exhaled once both wrists were secured. His body relaxed by a fraction, as if the restraint had become structure because he had chosen it. Myra felt something in her chest shift. How much horror could have been reduced, not erased, not excused, but reduced. If anyone in his childhood had asked one question and waited for an answer, she hated that question. It led nowhere useful except grief. The next dose cleared the final suppressant, compound from active circulation. Damon arched off the mat as if something had torn through him. Annika caught his shoulder before he hit the wall. He snarled, not a word, not human enough to be language. The medics started forward. Myra raised a hand. No one touches him. Damon's eyes were open, but unfocused. His breathing came harsh and fast. Every muscle in his body strained against the chosen restraints. Damon, Myra said, kneeling just outside his reach. Name. No answer. Damon, look at me. His head turned. His eyes found her. For one terrifying second, she understood why the Covenant had built religion around him. Not because he was monstrous, because he was powerful under the wrong conditions, in a way that made frightened people want cages, and cruel people want ownership. The look in his eyes was not sexual. It was need without shape, protection without target, bonding without consent, a body forced to seek a command. Myra's voice sharpened. You do not belong to Eden House. He went still. Annika looked at Myra. Myra stopped breathing audibly. Myra continued, each word precise. You do not belong to Octavia. You do not belong to Gree. You do not belong to Alara, to Sira, to Eden, or to me. Your body is not a contract. Your response is not an order. Damon, where are you? His throat moved. No sound. She leaned forward by an inch, then stopped. May I come closer? His eyes locked on hers. The room held. No. She stopped. Good, she said. His breathing hitched. The words seemed to reach him. Good, she repeated softer. You said no. I heard you. His eyes closed. A tremor moved through him. When he opened them again, he was more present. Penthouse, he rasped. Yes. Medical room. Yes. Ilara. Held at the estate. Alive when the feed was sent. Child. Unknown status, but alive by implication. We are working from evidence, not fear. His mouth twisted. Sira. Not here. Safe route network. Last confirmed under Mara's firewall with Celia and Eden. Eden. The name broke something in his voice. Not because she was his daughter. Because she might be. Because even if she was not, she was a child shaped by his harm before she could choose a favorite color without surveillance. Myra kept her voice steady. Eden is not a protocol. She is a child. Damon stared at the ceiling. A tear slipped from the corner of his eye. He did not seem to notice. No one mentioned it. That was mercy. At 5:23 a.m., the fever broke. Not completely. Enough. Damon's heart rate dropped below 120 for the first time in hours. His orientation stabilized. Tremor reduced. Sensory flooding became manageable. The rebound cycle, according to Myra's calculations, had been interrupted but not fully cleared. 6 hours had not fixed him. 6 hours had made him harder to use. For now, that was everything. Annika released the restraints only after Damon asked, then waited while he sat upright slowly. Myra handed him water and did not let their fingers touch. He noticed. Afraid, he asked. Careful. Of me. Of both of us making a bad decision and calling it medicine. His eyes lifted. There it was again. The pull. Not engineered entirely. She refused to believe all of it was engineered. Some chemistry existed because 2 people in a room survived truth badly and recognized the cost in each other. Some heat was not a protocol. Some attention was not a trap. But knowing the difference mattered. Damon's voice lowered. What decision? Myra should have stepped back. She did not move. That look, she said. His gaze did not leave hers. You noticed. I document patterns. That is not what you did. No. A silence spread between them, dense and warm in the aftermath of fever. Mara had stepped into the outer office to take a call. Annika stood near the door, present, but giving them the dignity of pretending not to listen. The medics had left. The room smelled of saline, sweat, antiseptic, and the bitter ghost of medication. Damon sat shirtless on the mat, exhausted and lethal, every scar visible. Myra stood 3 feet away in a borrowed scrub top, her side bandaged, her shoulder still holding the disabled implant. Both of them should have been thinking only of the estate. Instead, his gaze dropped to her mouth. 1 second. No more. Enough. Myra's pulse changed. Damon's eyes returned to hers immediately. He did not apologize for looking. He did not advance either. Is this a rebound effect? She asked. His mouth tightened faintly. I was going to ask you. Clinically, attraction can be intensified by stress, sleep deprivation, shared threat, and neurological reset. And non-clinically, the question was quiet, dangerous, because it gave her room to answer as a woman, not a doctor. Myra's throat moved. Non-clinically, she said. I think I have spent years reading your body as data, because that was safer than admitting a person was under the file. His eyes darkened. And now the person is looking back. The air changed. Annika shifted near the door. Damon noticed and gave one small shake of his head. No movement, no approach. His attention stayed on Myra. Do you want me to stop looking? The question undid her more than the look. Clean, direct, no assumption. No, she said. His breathing changed. Do you want me to come closer? He asked. Myra's heart beat once hard. The honest answer rose immediately. Yes, the ethical answer stood in front of it with a knife. No, she said. Damon's gaze held. Then he nodded. Good. The word was rough. Not pleased. Controlled. Myra exhaled slowly. The room steadied around the refusal. Not rejection. Choice. She understood then why grief feared that word more than any weapon. Choice broke the architecture. Mara returned with a tablet and the expression of a woman bringing bad news wrapped in worse. I have Alara's last Medica. L packet from the firewall. It just updated. Damon stood. Too fast. He swayed once. Myra stepped forward instinctively, then stopped before touching him. He caught the movement. Stable, he said. Proud of you. His gaze flicked to her. Mara snapped her fingers. No chemistry while I am holding fetal paperwork. The room snapped back into war. Myra moved to the counter as Mara placed the tablet down. Damon stood beside, not too close. Annika locked the lab door and activated the recording system. On the screen, Alara's medical file appeared under one of Myra's father's old formats. Myra recognized the redaction style immediately. Her stomach twisted. Where did this come from? She asked. Mara's mouth tightened. Forwarded through the same channel as the estate feed, then mirrored into Alara's medical firewall. Gree wanted us to see it. Yes. Damon looked at Myra. Read. Myra read. Most of the file was standard prenatal data altered into saint notation. Blood pressure, hormone levels, fetal development markers, genetic screens corrupted by old laboratory language. Then she reached the line Alara had named. Project Saint Vale Prototype. Primary maternal host, EVAS. Secondary stabilizing sequence, Saint derived. Paternal marker, DV. Viability high. Cognitive inheritance study, pending. Myra's mouth went dry. Cognitive inheritance, Mara repeated. Please tell me that phrase does not mean what I think it means. It means Gree wants to study whether the engineered response passes behaviorally, not just biologically. Damon's face went still. Annika swore. Myra said softly, no. Myra scrolled. There was more. So much more. A chart showing comparison points. Damon, Lucian, Eden, unknown embryos, Alara's pregnancy. At the bottom was a note. Prototype requires medical interpreter for final correction. Myra felt the room drop from under her. Damon read it at the same time. His gaze turned to her. Not accusation. Recognition. Gree did not only want Myra at the estate because of what she knew. Gree wanted her because Myra was part of the final procedure. The doctor who could make the subject believe the procedure was care. The trusted hand, the gentle voice, the person who says, this is necessary, while turning the lock. No, Myra whispered. Her voice sounded far away. No. Damon said her name. She backed away from the tablet. No, I never designed fetal correction. I never touched that protocol. Myra, I altered suppressants. I forged charts. I delayed harm, and sometimes delay was not enough. And yes, I looked away, but I did not make this. I did not build a child study. Her back hit the cabinet. The lab narrowed. White walls, cold lights, files, a patient on a mat, a man looking at her like she was not yet condemned. And that was almost worse. Damon crossed the room slowly. He stopped an arm's length away. Look at me. She shook her head once. Myra, I can't be that. You are not that. You don't know. Yes, he said. The certainty in his voice cut through the panic. Her eyes snapped to his. Damon looked tired, fevered, scarred, and steadier than any man hours out of detox had a right to be. You said no, he told her. The words landed in the exact place he aimed them. Myra stopped breathing. You said no before you knew whether anyone would hear it, he continued. That matters. A laugh broke out of her, cracked and disbelieving. That is not absolution. No. Then what is it? Evidence. Her throat tightened until it hurt. Evidence. Of course, he would choose that word. Of course, it would save her more than comfort. Myra closed her eyes. When she opened them, his hand was lifted halfway between them, not touching, offering. She looked at it, then at him. May I? He asked. A hand. That was all. Not a kiss, not a claim, not forgiveness, not desire pretending to be rescue. Just a hand, offered after no had been heard and believed. Myra was too tired to lie to herself about wanting it. Yes, she said. Damon's fingers closed around hers. Carefully, the contact was warm, steady, and devastating. Nothing mystical happened. No system lit. No ring burned. No protocol activated. A man held her hand because she had asked him to. And the simplicity of it cut through years of clinical ruin so cleanly that tears rose before she could stop them. Damon did not pull her closer, did not stroke her skin, did not use the moment. He just held. More, he asked quietly. She almost broke at the check-in. No. His grip remained exactly as it was. Less. No. Stop. She swallowed. Not yet. His thumb did not move over her skin. He gave her precisely what she had agreed to, and nothing more. Myra closed her eyes again, and one tear fell. Mara, for once, said nothing. Then Annika's alarm went off. The room changed instantly. Damon released Myra before she could decide whether to pull away. Annika checked the panel. Incoming transmission. Old Vale Estate Origin. Direct to lab. Mara picked up her tablet. I hate this family. The lab screen turned on. Not Gray, not Alara. A boy appeared. No, not a boy. A young man, perhaps 20, though his face held the flat affect of someone raised under fluorescent light and careful lies. Dark hair, veiled cheekbones, eyes too familiar and not familiar enough. Damon went still. Myra felt the recognition in the room before anyone spoke. The young man looked directly into the camera. "Damon Vale," he said. "Dr. Morvant says you will come for the primary mother. She says you will bring the medical interpreter. She says you will deny the prototype, because denial is how fathers begin." Damon's face had become unreadable. The young man lifted his right hand. On his finger was a black ring. Not Damon's, not old gold. New, manufactured. "Wrong. My name is Adrian," he said. "I am the first corrected son." Myra's blood turned cold. Behind Adrian, someone wheeled Alara into frame. She was conscious, furious, restrained in a medical chair. One hand still curved protectively over her stomach. Adrian looked at her, then back at Damon. "The procedure begins at dawn," he said. "Bring Dr. Saint, or your daughter watches your heir become what you were supposed to be." The screen went black. Chapter 3, The Prototype. Damon Vale had never wanted a son, not because he hated children, because he understood inheritance too well. Inheritance was not money. Money was the softest part of it, the part men displayed to distract from the rot underneath. Real inheritance was quieter and harder to liquidate. A grandfather's cruelty, a father's appetite, a grandmother's hand on a child's shoulder, while she taught him that love was only loyalty wearing perfume. Damon had spent his adult life making himself the end of a line. No heirs, no family trust continuation, no convenient marriage, no child who could be placed under glass, tested for response, measured for obedience, named after dead men, and told his body was an estate matter. Then a young man with Damon's bones and a stranger's eyes had appeared on a screen wearing a manufactured black ring, and called himself the first corrected son. "The procedure begins at dawn. Bring Dr. Saint, or your daughter watches your heir become what you were supposed to be." For exactly 4 seconds after the screen went black, no one moved. Not Annika, not Mara, not Myra, not Damon. The lab held its breath around the word son. Myra was the first to break the silence. "No." Her voice came thin, almost soundless. Then again stronger. "No." Damon turned toward her slowly. She had gone pale enough that the bruises of exhaustion beneath her eyes looked painted on. One hand gripped the edge of the counter. The other hovered near her bandaged side, not touching, as if pain had become less urgent than comprehension. "That's not possible," she said. Mara's expression hardened. "I am beginning to distrust that phrase." Myra shook her head. "No, I mean biologically, chronologically, procedurally. A 20-year-old corrected son would predate most of the adult protocol. Saint stabilization wasn't viable then. My father's early work was theoretical." Damon's voice was quiet. "Was it?" Myra looked at him. The accusation was not spoken. It did not need to be. Her father had lied for decades. Her family had hidden laboratories beneath fertility wings. Gree had moved through their records like a priestess through scripture. The word theoretical had begun to sound like another curtain hung over a door nobody wanted opened. Myra's mouth tightened. I don't know. Better. Truth had become the only tolerable currency. Mara opened her tablet. We need to identify Adrian before anyone assigns him emotional or legal value. Damon looked at her. She did not flinch. Do not glare at me because I'm being precise, Mara said. That young man may be your biological child, a clone, a manipulated relative, a fabricated witness, an actor, a patient conditioned to believe a role, or a weaponized legal fiction. Until we know which, we do not let greed define him. Damon turned back to the black screen. Adrian's face remained in memory with unbearable clarity. Dark hair, long hands, veiled cheekbones, the hard, controlled posture of someone taught stillness before comfort. Not Damon's eyes exactly. No, the shape was wrong. The expression was wrong. But the mouth, God, the mouth could have belonged to Adrian Vale, Damon's father. Not Damon, his father. That should have relieved him. It did not. Myra stepped toward the console. Replay the transmission. Annika moved first, isolating the feed. It may contain embedded triggers. It did contain embedded triggers, Myra said. That ring, his phrasing, the direct paternal claim, the threat language around daughter and heir. Her voice steadied as she spoke, clinician rising through panic. We need to strip audio and run visual frame analysis only. Annika glanced at Damon. He nodded once. The screen came back on without sound. Adrian appeared again. Damon forced himself to watch. Without the voice, the young man looked less like a revelation and more like a symptom. His lips moved with rehearsed precision. His shoulders stayed square, but his right hand flexed once near the ring. Not confidence, discomfort. He did not look toward Alara until after saying the word mother. He did not look at her stomach with curiosity or cruelty. He looked at it with fear. Damon leaned closer. Pause. Annika froze the image. Adrian's face stopped mid-sentence. Eyes angled slightly down. The manufactured ring visible in the corner of the frame. Zoom the hand. The image expanded. The ring was not old gold. It was newer metal, darker, smoother, less ornate. The thorns were stamped rather than carved. A cheap imitation, technically precise and spiritually obscene. Myra inhaled sharply. What? Damon asked. That's not a veil ring. I know. No, not symbolically. Technically. She stepped closer, eyes narrowing. The stone housing is too large because it's not a stone. It's a biometric relay. Annika's head lifted. A live access device. Possibly, or a monitor. Myra pointed to a thin line near the band. That seam is consistent with Saint prototype wearable casings. My father used them for hormone compliance studies. Mara's voice went glacial. Compliance studies. Myra closed her eyes once. Yes. Damon watched Adrian's frozen hand. A ring that was not a ring. A son who might not be a son. A claim that functioned as bait even before it became truth. Can it control him? Damon asked. Myra's jaw tightened. Not mind control. That's not how this works. Myra, it could deliver microdoses through dermal contact. Track vitals. Monitor stress response. Deliver pain stimulus. Trigger audio or tactile conditioning cues. If he was raised with it or trained on it, the ring itself could be enough to regulate behavior. The lab went quiet. Annika said softly, "A leash." Myra did not correct her. Damon looked back at Adrian's face. 20, maybe. Old enough to be dangerous. Young enough to have spent his entire life inside a sentence someone else wrote. He flexes his hand before every scripted phrase, Damon said. Myra watched the silent footage. Adrian's lips formed, Dr. Morvant says. His right hand flexed. She says you will deny. Flex. Your daughter watches. Flex. Your heir become. Flex. What is he doing? Mara asked. Myra's face had gone still. Pain cue. Explain. If the ring is delivering a stimulus when he deviates internally, he may be bracing before phrases he doesn't want to say. Damon's chest tightened. A corrected son. Not loyal. Conditioned. Can you disable it? Annika asked. If I can touch it, maybe. If it has a Deadman sensor, removal could injure him. Of course it could, Mara said. Because this family never met a ring it couldn't turn into litigation and trauma. Damon looked at the frozen screen. Where is Alara in the room? Annika zoomed out. Alara sat behind Adrian in a medical chair, restrained but conscious. Her face was pale, furious, too calm. That calm cut through Damon worse than panic would have. She was thinking. Alara always thought inside danger before she feared it. Her left hand rested over her stomach. Her right was secured to the chair arm. The restraint around that wrist was loose, deliberately loose. Damon leaned in. Her fingers. Annika zoomed. Alara's right hand was curved slightly inward, the index finger extended against the chair arm. Not random. Mara moved closer. That's legal shorthand. Damon's eyes cut to her. Mara nodded once. Old deposition signal her father taught her. Damon's throat tightened. Yes. Mara read the position, then frowned. She is signaling 3 letters. Elaborate, Damon said. Mara stared at the image, eyes narrowing. P-R-O. Myra whispered, prototype. No, Mara shook her head. She would not waste a signal on a word already spoken. Annika zoomed further. Alara's finger shifted minutely in the next frame, then returned. Mara's expression changed. Prox, she said. Damon went still. Proximity, Myra said. Damon's gaze moved to Alara's face. She had not looked at Adrian like a captor. She had not looked at him like a son. She had looked at him like evidence seated too close to trigger. Myra, Damon said, what happens if Adrian and I are in the same room? Myra turned from the screen slowly. I don't know. Guess. Her hands tightened. If he carries response markers derived from you, and if Gree has keyed his conditioning to your presence, proximity may create feedback. He could destabilize you. You could destabilize him. The system might treat you as competing or linked subjects. Meaning, paternal recognition, rival heir response, mirror activation, aggression, collapse. It depends on what he is. Mara looked at Damon. Then you do not go near him until we know. Damon said nothing. Mara pointed at him. That was not a suggestion wrapped as counsel. That was counsel wrapped as a threat. Ilara is in the room with him. Ilara is also signaling not to rush into proximity. Damon knew that was the problem. Every instinct in him wanted to move toward her, toward the child she carried, toward the young man who might have been shaped from his stolen body, toward the estate that had opened its gates like a mouth. Every useful part of him knew Ilara had just told him the trap. Do not come close without understanding what closeness does. He turned to Myra. The data capsule. She blinked. What? Your father's archive. Open it. Myra stepped forward. Now. Yes. Damon, if that archive contains embedded malware, trigger language, or more helpful little family horrors, we need Adrian's origin before dawn. Mara's mouth tightened. She did not disagree. Myra moved to the isolated reader. Her hands shook once as she entered Helena's phrase. Damon is not the monster. He is the lock. The data capsule opened. Files bloomed across the air-gapped monitor. Most were corrupted. Some were labeled in Saint Biologics format. Others carried older covenant markings. Myra sorted fast. Her clinical competence returned like armor. Damon watched her profile as she worked. Jaw set, hair escaping its tie, borrowed scrub sleeve stained near the bandage. Eyes moving with furious intelligence over her father's sins. No, not only her father's sins, her inheritance. Damon knew the weight of that distinction. Incoming index, Myra said. Search terms. Adrian, corrected son, prototype, paternal marker, veil response. Results appeared. Too many. Myra's face changed at the fourth file. She did not open it. Damon saw. Open it. Damon. Open it. Mara moved beside Myra. What is the file name? Myra's voice came out low. Lucian. The room shifted around the name. Lucian Vale had not been seen since Eden House. Not dead. Never dead. Men like Lucian survived as an insult to closure. He had helped expose the air claws, then vanished with 3 ledgers, half a covenant account map, and a note sent to Damon on thick white paper. Brother was the least profitable thing we were. Damon had read it once, then burned it. Now Myra opened the file. Lucian Adrian Vale. Original designation. First mail issue, Adrian Vale line. Amended designation, non-viable claimant. Experimental classification. Prototype L01. Damon felt the air leave the room. Mara said softly, prototype. Myra scrolled. The file contained photographs, medical summaries, genetic charts, behavioral conditioning notes, some from infancy, some from adolescence, some from the period after Lucian had supposedly died at 17. Damon stared at one photograph. Lucian at about 9 years old, standing in front of a white wall, wearing a black ring too large for his hand. No smile, no defiance, just a child looking at the camera, as if the person behind it had already explained that expression was optional, and consequences were not. Damon's voice was not his own when he spoke. He was there. Myra swallowed. Yes. Eden House. Earlier, the original estate first, then Eden House. Annika's expression hardened. Lucian was the first corrected son. Myra read quickly. Number Lucian was the first male line prototype after Damon's initial conditioning. After, Damon repeated, his mother screaming, the white room, Lucian vanishing, 2 boys divided by rooms and documents. Myra continued. They used Lucian to test whether the Vale response could be replicated without direct primary inheritance. Mara's mouth went flat. Primary inheritance, meaning Damon. Yes. Damon looked at the screen, at Lucian's childhood face. He wasn't my brother. Myra went still. Damon turned to her. Answer. I don't know yet. Look. She scrolled to the paternity section. 3 lines were visible. Legal father, Adrian Vale. Presumed biological father, Adrian Vale. Revised biological marker, inconsistent. Below that, a redacted note. Myra expanded the damaged text, ran a restoration tool, then froze. Myra. Her throat moved. Lucian was not Adrian Vale's biological son. The answer should not have hurt. Damon had learned years ago that blood was one of the least reliable currencies in his family. Legal documents lied. Birth certificates shifted. Rings named ownership more often than truth. Still, some griefs did not care whether they were rational. Lucian had been his brother because Damon remembered him that way. A boy stealing peaches from the kitchen garden. A boy with a split lip saying he fell. A boy who once stood outside Damon's locked room and whispered, "Don't answer if they call you by the wrong name." Brother was not biology. The Covenant had known that too, which was why they had cut the word apart. Who was his father? Annika asked. Myra scrolled. The file glitched. Then a name loaded. Paternal source. Unknown Vale-adjacent donor. Mara leaned closer, veil adjacent. Myra's fingers moved over the keys. It could mean a non-primary male carrying compatible markers. Cousin line, illegit. Imate line, preserved donor material, or intentionally obscured paternity. Damon heard another phrase from Lucian's last broadcast. Ask your locked room why there is no ring with my mother's name. Ask it why my birth certificate changed 3 times. Ask it why I died at 17 and somehow kept breathing. He had been a prototype, a boy turned into a test case, because he was close enough to veil to be useful and far enough to be disposable. Damon's hand curled. No ring on it now. No gold to cut his skin. Still, the ghost of it pressed there. Myra opened the next file. Adrian Line Correction Series. Not Adrian Vale. Adrian Line. The name on the transmission had not necessarily been a personal name. It was a product series. Myra inhaled sharply. There were more. How many? Damon asked. Files indicate at least 6 male prototypes before Eden House formalization. Mara said nothing. Annika's face had gone pale with anger. Damon felt something colder than rage settle through him. 6. Lucian was 1. Adrian, the young man on the screen, might be another. 6 boys, at least, built around a lie called inheritance. Myra opened the Adrian file. Adrian Corrected Series. A03. Approximate age, 20. Source material. Composite veil response markers. Maternal line, redacted. Developmental site. Eden House, later transferred to Origin Estate. Status viable. Role mirror heir. Damon stared at the phrase. Mirror heir. Myra's voice lowered. He may not be your son. No relief. Only another corridor. What is a mirror heir? Myra read the file with increasing horror. A subject designed to reflect and amplify the primary veil response during protocol activation. Annika stepped closer, like a tuning fork. Yes, Myra said, voice tight. If Damon enters the estate in an active state, and Adrian is positioned nearby, Adrian's conditioned response may provoke Damon's recognition patterns. Gree can use that to create apparent voluntary claim. Mara's expression sharpened. Apparent. That matters. Legally and ceremonially, yes. If Damon appears to recognize Adrian as son and Alara's child as heir on broadcast, it creates internal covenant succession evidence. The civil law can challenge it, but the covenant can act before courts respond. Damon looked at the screen. Adrian's file photo showed him younger, maybe 15, seated at a table with a puzzle before him. His expression was flat, but his hand hovered over one piece, frozen in hesitation. A note beneath the image read, Subject demonstrates aversion to paternal trigger language unless pain compliance is applied. He did not want the role. Not entirely. Maybe not at all. Where is his mother? Damon asked. Myra scrolled. Redacted. Redacted, redacted, then one line. Maternal carrier, non-surviving. Myra's breath caught. Damon closed his eyes once. Not long enough to become prayer. Long enough to store another name. He did not know on a list that was already too long. Mara said quietly, "We need to get him out too." Damon opened his eyes. "Yes." Annika looked at him. "If we go to the estate, extraction list is Alara, unborn child, Adrian, any minors, and Gree if capture is viable." Damon's voice went cold. "Gree alive." Annika's brows lifted slightly. He looked at Myra. Myra understood. Gree dead would be easier. Gree alive could testify, decode, name the living facilities, identify the children, and lead them to whatever hell had survived beneath the estate. "Alive," Damon repeated. Mara nodded. "Good. I prefer enemies with depositions." The data capsule chimed. Another file, unlocked automatically. Helena countermeasure. Prototype response failure. Damon went still. Myra looked at him. "Do I open it?" He almost said no. The word rose cleanly. No more. No more files with his mother's name. No more revelations dug out of graves by people who had profited from burying them. No more turning Helena Vale into password, protocol, countermeasure, ghost. But Alara was at the estate. Adrian was in that room. Gree had a procedure scheduled at dawn. Damon said, "Open it." Myra did. The file contained no video, only scanned pages, some typed, some handwritten. Damon recognized his mother's handwriting immediately, not because he had many samples. Octavia had destroyed most of Helena's letters after the funeral, claiming grief made relics dangerous. But Damon remembered the shape of her H, sharp at the front, softened at the end. Myra read the first line aloud. "If they make sons from stolen fear, do not fight the sons. Break the fear." The lab fell silent. Damon stepped closer. Myra continued. "Primary protocol depends on 3 false beliefs. That biological response is consent. That symbolic recognition is choice. And that inheritance is destiny. Countermeasure requires public refusal by the primary subject, while emotionally activated, witnessed by a recognized non-compliant match, and recorded inside a covenant-controlled system. Mara whispered, "Chosen refusal." Myra nodded slowly. "Yes." Damon read ahead. His mother's notes were uneven, frantic in places, clear in others. The countermeasure had not been complete. Helena had built fragments. A rule inside the system, hidden beneath language the covenant believed was ceremonial. She had understood enough of their ritual architecture to poison it from within. Do not let them force the refusal too soon. It must be real. It must cost him. It must happen while the body wants to obey and the mind chooses otherwise. Damon's throat tightened. He could almost hear her. Not the scream, her voice before, low at his bedside. Don't answer if they call you by a name that makes you smaller. He had forgotten that, or buried it. The next page contained a diagram. 4 roles circled around the primary subject: legal match, witness match, child key, medical interpreter. Myra went still, the same configuration she had named. Ilara, Sira, Eden, Myra. No. Damon felt the refusal rise again. Mara leaned closer. This was Helena's diagram. Yes, Myra said, but look. She pointed to the margin. There, in Helena's handwriting, were 4 words. Not women, functions assigned. Below it, restore names before refusal. Myra's eyes lifted to Damon's. He understood. Helena had known the system would turn people into mechanisms. Her countermeasure required undoing that before any refusal mattered. Ilara was not legal match. Sira was not witness match. Eden was not child key. Myra was not medical interpreter. They were names, people, choices. If Damon walked into that estate, seeing them as roles in a strategy, he would already be using Gree's architecture. Mara said softly, "Your mother was brilliant." Damon could not answer. Myra scrolled. At the bottom of the file was a final note. The prototype cannot be freed by proving he was made. He must be allowed to refuse what he was made for. The prototype. Which one? Damon, Lucian, Adrian, all of them. Maybe that was the point. The lab's outer door opened. Sierra Black walked in without waiting for permission. Damon's head snapped up. Annika swore. How did you get past the outer lock? Sierra held up a keycard. You people really need to stop leaving emergency credentials in places investigative journalists can find them. Mara looked at Annika. I thought you locked her out of the tower. I did. Sierra pointed at the ceiling. Your building likes me. I have chosen not to examine what that means. She looked exhausted, windswept, and furious. Her dark jacket was soaked at the collar. A thin, healing cut marked her cheek. She carried 2 folders under one arm and Damon's old black ring in a sealed pouch in her other hand. Damon's gaze went to the pouch, then to her face. Sierra, don't use that tone. I'm not staying. You should not be here. I receive that criticism often. Her eyes moved to Myra. You're the doctor. Myra stood straighter despite pain. Myra Saint. Sierra Black. I usually prefer introductions, not involving secret elevators, child keys, or men who collect women into traumatic configurations. Myra flinched. Damon's voice hardened. Sierra. No, it's fine, Myra said. Sierra's gaze stayed sharp. It probably is. Mara pinched the bridge of her nose. This is going beautifully. Damon looked at the folders in Sierra's hand. What do you have? Sierra tossed one folder onto the counter. Lucian sent me that. Every person in the room went still. When? Damon asked. 20 minutes ago. Through my dead phone, naturally, because apparently privacy is a hobby for people with fewer enemies. She pointed at the folder. He says Adrian is not your son. Damon did not move. Myra reached for the folder, opened it, and scanned fast. What is it? Annika asked. A birth chain, Myra said. Partial. Adrian A03. Maternal carrier unknown. Paternal markers composite. Composite, Damon repeated. Sierra nodded. Lucian wrote a note. She removed a piece of paper from inside the folder. Damon recognized Lucian's handwriting before he read it. Brother, the boy is not yours, but that will not save him. He was made from every man they failed before you, and every fear they built after. Gree calls him corrected because she thinks a person is an error with skin. Do not kill him when he speaks with your voice. L. Damon read it once, then again. Something in his chest shifted under the weight of Lucian's words. Brother, he had written brother, not because biology had been restored, because maybe, at the end of all this, Lucian had decided profit was not the only currency left. Mara read over Damon's shoulder. Lucian has a gift for being emotionally useful in the most legally inconvenient manner. Sierra set the second folder down. That one is from Celia. Damon looked at it. Sierra's face changed, not softening exactly, but bracing. It's about Eden. Annika moved closer. Damon did not touch the folder. Not yet. Sierra saw that, and for once, did not push. She's safe, Sierra said. Celia too. Still under Mara's firewall. Still angry. Still not. Sleeping. Which one? Mara asked. Both. Mara nodded. Good, predictable. Sierra's mouth twitched, then died. Eden remembered something from the island. She said Adrian cried when Dr. Gree called him son. The room went quiet. Sierra continued, voice lower. She said he told her once that fathers are just names grown-ups use when they want someone to obey. Damon looked at the dark monitor, at the frozen image no longer there. Adrian in a chair, Ilara behind him, a ring that hurt when he spoke. Not son, not enemy, prototype, a young man waiting to see whether the world contained any language besides command. Damon turned back to Myra. Can Helena's countermeasure work on Adrian? Myra looked at the file. Maybe. Guess. If Adrian's conditioning depends on you recognizing him as son, then refusing the claim while recognizing him as person could destabilize Gree's control. Mara leaned in. Say that in courtroom language. Damon cannot deny Adrian exists, Myra said. He cannot accept the false role Gree created. He has to reject the assigned function without rejecting the human being. Sierra exhaled. That is emotionally precise and operationally nightmarish. Yes, Myra said. Damon looked at the clock. 5:52 a.m. Dawn was coming. The procedure begins at dawn. Plan, he said. Annika moved to the wall display and brought up the estate map. The original Vale estate appeared in layers: public floors, servant corridors, old east wing, underground chapel, archive level, unknown voids beneath the foundation. The house sat north of the city, on frozen land, surrounded by stone walls, winter gardens, and a private road lined with dead trees. Damon had not been there in 13 years. His body remembered before his mind allowed it. The smell of cedar wax, the sound of a bell, Octavia's heels in the hall, Helena's hand squeezing his once, hard, before men in white coats took him behind the east door. His fingers twitched. Myra noticed. "Orient," she said quietly. He looked at her. Damon Adrian Vale. Penthouse lab. Accelerated detox complete enough for operation. You are choosing to go to the estate. You are not being recalled. Sierra's brows lifted. Mara watched with interest. Annika looked relieved. Damon breathed once. "You are not being recalled," Myra repeated. "I am choosing to go," he said. "Why?" He looked at the estate map. Alara, the child, Adrian, Gree alive. Evidence intact. Myra's gaze held his, and he looked at her. The answer was harder, not because he did not know it, because saying it gave shape to the old thing under his skin. To refuse what I was made for. The lab stilled. Myra nodded once. Good. That word again. Between them, now like a controlled flame. Sierra looked from Damon to Myra and narrowed her eyes. "Oh, I hate that," Mara said. "As your attorney-adjacent legal adult in the room, I also hate that." Myra flushed. Damon ignored both of them. Mostly, Annika cleared her throat. Entry options. Main gate is bait. East service, road likely monitored. Old chapel tunnel beneath the estate exists, but may have been sealed. Not sealed, Damon said. Everyone looked at him. He stared at the map. There is a coal passage under the winter garden. It leads to the east wing foundations. Annika's eyes sharpened. You remember that? Yes. Myra watched his face. From childhood. Yes. Is that memory reliable? Damon looked toward the screen, where Helena's countermeasure file remained open. No, he said, but it is mine. No one argued. Sierra stepped forward. I'm coming. No, Damon and Annika said at the same time. Sierra smiled without warmth. Adorable. Damon turned to her. Gree specifically classified you as witness match. Gree specifically classifies everyone like a deranged librarian. I decline. You are not needed at the estate. Sierra held up the pouch containing his ring. Your building disagrees. Damon looked at the pouch. Myra's voice tightened. Do not wear that again. I do not plan to. You should not even carry it. Sierra looked at her. You think I want haunted jewelry in my pocket. I think the system may still recognize you through proximity. Sierra went still. Annika's expression sharpened. Myra continued. If Helena's countermeasure requires a recognized non-compliant witness, Sierra's prior recognition may matter, but physical presence may also endanger her. Sierra spread her hands. Everything endangers me. I have built a brand around it. Damon's voice was flat. This is not a brand exercise. No, it's evidence. She stepped closer. You want to refuse publicly. You need someone the Covenant system already recognized as witness. You need someone who can turn that refusal into record. You need someone Gree cannot fully predict because she thinks anger makes me easy to steer. Sierra, no, I am done being kept outside rooms where my sister's body and a child's name are being used as architecture. Her voice sharpened. Celia carried Eden. Gree used my voice. My file says Alt. Ornate carrier. That puts me in this, whether you like it or not. Damon looked at her. Sierra held a stare. For once, the room did not feel like a fight for dominance. It felt like the correct refusal of protection when protection became another locked door. Damon nodded once. Fine. Mara groaned, again with fine. Sierra looked briefly surprised that he had agreed, then suspicious. That was too easy. You were right. I dislike that more. As you should. Sierra pointed at him. Still hate you. I have adjusted for it. Myra almost smiled. Damon saw. So did Mara, unfortunately. Doctor, Mara said sharply. Please do not develop fondness for any man whose detox protocol includes ancestral refusal rituals. Myra looked back at the monitor. Noted. Damon turned to her. You are coming because Alara requested you, and because Gree requires you. That makes you both key and target. I know. You stay with Annika unless I need you. Myra's eyes sharpened. Unless Alara needs me. Damon stopped, then corrected himself. Unless Alara needs you. Good. Sierra made a small sound. Oh, I really hate that. Myra ignored the heat in her face. Damon did not. There was no time for it, whatever it was. There might never be. That did not prevent it from standing in the room with them. Inconvenient and alive. Annika took command before the silence could thicken. Team composition. Damon, Myra, Sierra, myself. Sila's, if reachable by air in time, for security. Mara stays remote with legal and broadcast triggers. Mara looked offended. I am not staying because anyone ordered it. I am staying because suing from inside an ancestral death maze would be inefficient. Good, Annika said. Do not good me. Damon looked at Mara. Prepare filings for medical coercion, unlawful confinement, child endangerment, conspiracy, and anything tied to Saint Biologics. Already done. Broadcast. I can push to independent media, courts, and selected regulators in under 90 seconds if you send a clean trigger. Sierra asked, selected media. Mara looked at her. I know people who still answer phones at dawn. Sierra nodded, respect. Mara accepted this as her due. Myra removed a small case from the counter and and began packing medication, analog syringes, scissors, bandages, a hard drive, and 2 vials Damon did not recognize. He noticed she held each up. Emergency stabilization. For you. Use only if you experience severe disorientation or cardiovascular spike above 200. And the other, for Adrian. The room stilled. Myra continued. If his ring is dosing him, I may need to counteract stimulant or pain response. Damon's gaze held hers. You packed for him. Yes. You don't know what he is. No, her voice softened. But I know what he is. Damon's chest tightened. Prototype cannot be freed by proving he was made. He must be allowed to refuse what he was made for. Myra looked away first. At 6:11 a.m., they left the penthouse. The city had not yet become morning. The sky beyond Vale Tower was the color of steel submerged in water. Snow threatened, but had not fallen in Manhattan. Far north, at the estate, it already had. Damon rode the elevator down with Myra at his left, Annika at his right, Sierra behind them, with the ring pouch clipped inside a shielded case. No one spoke. Halfway down, Myra's hand brushed the wall when the elevator jolted. Damon saw pain flash across her face. Sighed, he asked. Manageable. That was not the question. It was the answer. Sierra muttered, You two are exhausting. Annika said yes. Myra looked straight ahead, mouth tight. Damon did not offer his arm this time. He wanted to. That was why he did not. At the private garage, Silas Crow waited beside the lead SUV. Damon stopped. Silas looked like he had been awake for 6 months, because he had. His coat was wet from sleet. A fresh bruise darkened his jaw. In one hand, he carried a rifle case. In the other, a paper coffee cup. He handed the coffee to Mara, who had followed them down despite claiming remote efficiency. She took it without surprise. You are late. I was retrieving the estate tunnel schematics from a man who did not want to part with them. Alive. Mostly. Mara took a sip. Acceptable. Silas looked at Damon. I heard about Adrian. Damon said nothing. Silas nodded, accepting what silence covered. Then he handed Damon a thin file. Lucian sent this to me. Damon took it. Inside was a single photograph. Lucian, younger, maybe 17, standing beside another boy of about 10 in a white corridor. Adrian. No. A03. The boy was looking up at Lucian with something like trust. On the back, Lucian had written, Do not let him think the only fathers available are the ones who hurt him. Damon stared at the words. For a moment, the garage disappeared. Lucian was alive somewhere, still cutting and helping with the same hand. Still brother and not brother. Still refusing to be a clean category. Damon folded the photograph carefully and PL. Aced it inside his coat. Ready? Annika asked. No. Yes. Irrelevant. They entered the convoy. The drive north took 47 minutes with illegal speed, 3 route changes, and Mara arguing by secure call with a federal judge who seemed to regret owing her a favor. Snow began 20 miles from the estate, thin at first, then thicker, clinging to black branches and stone walls. Damon watched the land change. The city fell away, then suburbs, then old wealth, wide properties behind gates, frozen ponds, private roads lined with trees planted by men who thought permanence could be landscaped. His body remembered before the estate appeared, heart rate rising, not dangerously. Enough. Myra's voice came through his earpiece, low and private on the medical channel. Orient. He closed his eyes briefly. Damon Adrian Vale. En route to original Vale estate. Choosing entry, not recalled. Purpose. Alara, child, Adrian, Gree alive. Evidence intact. Refusal. Good. He opened his eyes. Sierra's voice cut into the channel. I'm sorry. Is this a guided meditation for billionaires with trauma, or can anyone join? Damon looked toward the rearview mirror. Sierra stared back from the second row. Myra, seated beside her, looked as if she was trying not to smile. Annika said, "Stay off the medical channel. I'm providing morale." "No," Silas said from the front passenger seat. "You're providing noise. Historically, noise is how witnesses survive." Damon almost smiled. Almost. Then the estate gates appeared. Black iron. Open. Just as in the video. Snow gathered on the stone pillars. Beyond them, the long drive curved through dead winter gardens toward the house that had made him, broken him, named him heir, subject, monster, lock. The original Vale estate rose from the white landscape like a verdict. Black stone, tall windows, east wing lit, chapel spire beyond the trees, no guards visible, no vehicles, no movement. Too welcoming. The convoy stopped half a mile out, under cover of winter trees. Annika checked feeds. Perimeter shows no external security. Sierra snorted. The evil house opened its front door and swept the porch. That's not suspicious at all. Silas unfolded the tunnel schematics. Coal Passage entrance is here, beneath the winter garden. Damon looked at the map. He remembered the garden differently. Not winter, summer, broken glass. His mother's hand over his mouth as footsteps passed on gravel. Helena whispering, if they ask, "You were never here." "You good?" Sierra asked. Damon looked up. Her tone was not warm. That made it easier to answer. "No." Great honesty. Very bad for morale, but refreshing. Myra stepped beside him. Vitals elevated, but within threshold. Damon looked at her. Snow had caught in her dark hair. She wore a borrowed black coat over the medical vest Annika had insisted on. Her face was pale from blood loss and exhaustion, but her eyes were steady. "Can you do this?" he asked. She understood the real question. Can you walk into the place your father helped build? Can you face Gray? Can you look at Alara? Can you refuse the role they assigned you? Myra said yes. Truth. Her mouth tightened. I don't know. Better. Sierra groaned. I am begging both of you to stop making verification emotionally charged. Annika looked up from her weapon check. Move. They left the road and entered the trees. The snow muffled every step. The estate watched through branches. Damon led to the winter garden because the memory belonged to him, and because, if the house intended to use his fear as a map, he might as well read it first. The winter garden was a ruin of glass and iron behind the east wing. Half the panes were broken. Frost silvered the remaining walls. Dead vines twisted over rusted frames. In the center stood a dry fountain shaped like a woman pouring water from an urn. Damon had forgotten the statue's face. He wished he had remembered less. It was Helena's. Sierra stopped beside him. That's obscene. Yes. Myra looked at the statue, horror moving quietly across her face. They made your mother part of the garden. They made everyone part of something. He moved past it before the memory could root. The coal passage entrance was beneath a rusted grate half covered by snow. Silas and Annika lifted it. Cold underground air rose, carrying dust, stone, and something old enough to feel personal. They descended in silence. The passage was narrower than Damon remembered, or he had been smaller then. Brick walls, low ceiling, old rails for coal carts still embedded in the floor. Their lights cut through dust and drifting breath. Halfway through, Damon stopped. Annika raised a fist behind him. Everyone froze. From somewhere ahead came a sound. 3 notes. Soft, metallic, a chapel bell. Damon's vision went white at the edges. Not now. The passage vanished for one violent second. He was small, barefoot, cold. Someone had called his name, but not his name. Subject. He had answered once and learned not to. Lusa. And had whispered through a wall. Helena had screamed. A doctor had said, the response is strongest when the attachment figure is removed. Damon. Myra's voice. Not soft. Commanding. Present. Where are you? His hand was against the brick wall. He did not remember putting it there. Coal passage. Who are you? Damon Adrian Vale. Are you being recalled? His jaw clenched. The bell sounded again. No. Say the rest. I am choosing entry. Purpose. Alara, child, Adrian, Gree alive. Evidence intact. He breathed. Refusal. The white edges receded. Myra stood 3 feet away, exactly where she had been before. Not touching, not crowding, holding her medical case in one hand and a small flashlight in the other. He looked at her. She nodded once. Not praise this time. Partnership. Dangerous word. They moved on. The passage ended at a stone wall with with a circular metal plate set into it. Damon's right hand felt naked without the ring. Annika glanced at the plate, then at Sierra's shielded pouch. Sierra held up both hands. I am not wearing the nightmare ring again unless the house asks nicely. And even then, I'm filing a complaint. The plate lit before anyone touched it. A mechanical voice sounded from inside the wall. Primary subject recognized. Damon went still. Then, medical interpreter recognized. Myra's face turned white. Sierra whispered, "Oh, I hate that for you." The wall opened. Beyond it lay the East Wing lower corridor. White walls, cold light. The estate had built a hospital under a mansion and left memory to rot in the bricks above it. Damon stepped through first. The corridor smelled exactly the same as it had when he was 7. Antiseptic, cedar, cold metal, burned sugar. Gree was near. They moved down the corridor in formation. Doors lined both sides, some sealed, some open to empty exam rooms. Every room had cameras. Every camera watched. No guard stopped them. That was worse. At the end of the hall, a large double door stood open. Inside was the remembering room. Damon knew it before he saw the crest on the floor. Black stone, thorned circle, chair at the center, screens on 3 walls, observation glass above, medical equipment arranged with ceremonial precision. Alara sat in the chair from the transmission. Free now, no restraints. That made Damon stop harder than restraints would have. She sat with one hand on her stomach, the other resting on the arm of the chair. Her face was pale and tired. Her eyes were furious. Alive, Ilara, every engineered part of him surged toward her. Mine, the old rot whispered. No. He stopped at the threshold. His hands curled once, then opened. Alara's eyes met his. Something passed between them that had nothing to do with law, rings, or bloodline. Pain, relief, anger. A history still unfinished. Don't come closer, she said. Her voice was steady. Damon almost smiled. Of course, those would be her first words. I know. Her eyes flicked past him. Myra. Myra stepped forward. Alara's gaze sharpened when she saw the doctor's bloodless face, the bandage beneath her coat, the medical case in her hand. You came. You asked. I asked hard. You were clear. Alara's mouth tightened. My baby's file. I saw. Is it true? Myra's throat moved. I don't know yet. Alara closed her eyes for 1 second. When she opened them, they were still furious. Thank you for not lying. Damon watched Myra absorb that like a blow she had earned and needed. Sierra moved into the room beside Annika, scanning corners. Where is Gree? A voice answered from above. Here. The observation glass lit. Gree Morvant stood behind it, wearing her white coat, scarred mouth curved in satisfaction. Beside her stood Adrian. No, A03, young man, prototype mirror air. The manufactured ring gleamed on his hand. Damon looked at him. Adrian looked back. The room tightened. Myra whispered, "Damon." "I know." Heart rate rising. Sound narrowing. Adrian's right hand flexed. Pain cue. His eyes flickered once toward Gree, then back to Damon. He was frightened. He hid it well. Damon knew the training. Gree's voice filled the room. "Welcome home." Damon did not look at her. He looked at Adrian. "What is your name?" Damon asked. Gree smiled. "He told you, Adrian." Damon kept his gaze on the young man. "Did you choose that name?" Adrian's hand flexed. The ring pulsed faintly. His mouth tightened. Gree leaned toward the glass. "Answer him." Adrian's voice came through the speaker, controlled and flat. "My name is Adrian." Damon heard the pain behind it. Not enough for a court, enough for a man who had once learned to say the right thing, because the wrong thing made the white room colder. Damon said, "That is not what I asked." Adrian's expression flickered. Gree's smile thinned. Myra stepped closer to Damon's side, still outside reach. "His ring is stimulating him when he resists. I see it." Alara's hand tightened over her stomach. "He helped me." Damon's eyes shifted to her. Alara nodded once, slight but certain. He loosened the restraint. He moved the chair away from the wall camera. "He told me Gree lies more when she smiles." Adrian looked away. Gree's scar pulled tight. "Sentiment is a contaminant," she said. "This is why the original series failed." Damon finally looked at her. Gree's eyes brightened. She wanted his attention. He gave her as little as possible. "Failed," he repeated. "Yes," she gestured toward Adrian. "Lucian failed because resentment outpaced compliance. Adrian has been more promising, but he lacks one essential pressure point, which is you." The floor beneath Damon's feet lit. The thorned crest glowed black-blue. Annika raised her weapon toward the observation glass. Gree did not flinch. "Shoot, and the room seals." Miss Voss's chair delivers a uterine stimulant, not fatal if treated quickly, very unpleasant if you hesitate. Alara's face went white. Damon's world narrowed. Myra's voice cut through immediately. "Damon." He closed his eyes once. "No, do not let threat become command." Myra continued, calm and sharp. "She named the threat to activate you. She wants movement, not outcome. Orient." He opened his eyes. "Damon Adrian Vale," he said, voice rough. "Original Vale Estate. Remembering room. Choosing entry. Gree using fetal threat. Alara conscious. Adrian present. Refusal." Gree's smile faded by a fraction. "Good." Alara looked at Myra. "That works." Myra's eyes did not leave Damon. So far. Sierra stepped toward the center of the room. "Gree, you wanted a witness last time. I'm here." Gree looked down at her. "Oh, Seraphina, you remain wonderfully easy to invite." "I remain hard to to get rid of. True. Sierra held up a small device. Broadcast backup is live. Anything you say may be used against you in court, journalism, and whatever personal revenge system I develop after coffee. Gree laughed softly. The witness still believes exposure is liberation. No, Sierra said. I believe exposure is the part before consequences. I like both. Mara's voice came through their earpieces. For the record, so do I. Gree's gaze sharpened. Ms. Ellison. Mara's voice remained crisp. Dr. Morvant, you look terrible in white. Annika muttered, focus. Gree ignored the insult, but the corner of her mouth tightened. Damon looked back at Adrian. Lucien sent me your file. Adrian's face changed. Gree's hand moved toward a console. Annika's gun shifted immediately. Don't. Gree paused. Damon continued. He said you are not my son. Adrian's right hand flexed. The ring pulsed. This time, Adrian flinched. Alara rose halfway from the chair. Don't, she snapped at Gree. Everyone froze. Alara stood fully now. One hand braced on the chair, the other over her stomach. Pale, pregnant, surrounded by threat, and somehow still the most dangerous legal mind in the room. You want him to call Adrian's son, she said. You want him to deny it too. Either way, you get a reaction. That's the point, isn't it? Gree's eyes narrowed. Alara continued. If Damon accepts Adrian as son, you trigger claim. If he rejects him, you trigger abandonment trauma and mirror aggression. You're not testing paternity. You're manufacturing response. Mara's voice came through the earpiece, low and admiring. That's my girl. Damon looked at Alara. She did not look back. Good. If she did, his control might not hold as well. Myra stepped forward, speaking now to Adrian. Your ring is a compliance relay. If you flex your hand before speaking, it means you know when it is going to hurt. Adrian's eyes snapped to her. Gree said sharply, quiet. Myra did not stop. I can disable it. Not from here. But if you can remove yourself from Gree's direct command range, I can help. Adrian looked at the ring. Gree's voice chilled. A03. The young man went still. Not Adrian. A03. Damon saw the name hit him like a physical leash. The ring brightened. Adrian's shoulders locked. Myra moved instinctively. Damon caught her wrist before she crossed too close to the crest. The contact shocked them both. He released her immediately. Sorry, he said. She looked at him, breath quick. I was moving into the trigger zone. Yes, thank you. A clean exchange. No time to feel the way her pulse had jumped under his fingers. Gree noticed anyway. Her smile returned, slow and poisonous. How tender. The medical interpreter begins to bond with the lock. Myra went very still. Damon's body responded before his mind did. A cold flare of protective anger, sharpened by the humiliation in Myra's face. Gree had meant to expose, to contaminate, turn awareness into evidence. Myra lifted her chin. I am not a function. Sierra's mouth curved faintly. Good. Damon looked at Gree. You keep mistaking observation for knowledge. And you keep mistaking refusal for freedom, Gree said. You are standing inside a room built from your childhood, surrounded by women selected to activate you, facing a sun-shaped mirror who has waited 20 years to make you look at what you are. You came because I asked. No, Damon said. The word echoed. The crest beneath him flickered. Gree's expression sharpened. Damon felt it then. A pressure under the room. Not magic, not myth. Systems, sensors, audio triggers, conditioning cues, biofeedback. Old fear paired with current threat. The estate was trying to make his body remember obedience and call it instinct. He stood still. I came because Alara asked a question, he said. Alara's eyes flashed. I came because Myra brought evidence. Myra's breath caught. I came because Sierra refuses to leave a story unfinished. Damn right, Sierra said. I came because Adrian is being hurt. Adrian's face changed. The ring pulsed again. This time he gritted his teeth. Damon kept his voice steady. Not because you called me. The crest flickered harder. Gree's hand moved over her console. Alara, she said, sit. Alara did not. Gree tapped the screen. Alara's body jolted once. Damon's control nearly snapped. Nearly. Alara gripped the chair and made no sound. Myra moved fast to Damon's side, not touching him, but close enough that her voice cut through the surge. Threat named, response rising. Do not move yet. Damon's breath came hard. Alara looked at him, pain bright in her eyes. Don't, she said. One word. Command and trust, and fury in equal measure. He did not move. Gree stared down through the glass. For the first time, she looked genuinely displeased. Adrian suddenly lunged. Not at Damon. At Gree. The move was clumsy because the ring hurt him the second he decided. He staggered, but kept moving, slamming his shoulder into her arm before she could trigger the console again. Annika fired, not at Gree, at the observation glass hinge. Sila's, unseen from the upper corridor, hit the other side at the same time. The glass panel cracked, but did not fall. Sierra ran to Alara. Myra shouted, Do not cross the crest. Too late. Sierra stopped half an inch before the black-blue line, arms out. Alara looked at her. Sierra looked back. Hi, Sierra said. Awful room. Alara gave a breathless laugh that was almost pain. Very. Can you move? Yes. Can you run? I'm pregnant, furious, and recently electrocuted. Define run. Fast enough to annoy them. Yes. Above, Adrian cried out. The ring on his hand blazed. Gree had recovered, and now held his wrist, pressing 2 fingers against the relay. Damon looked up. Adrian's face twisted with pain. A03. Lucian's file. Non-surviving mother. Subject demonstrates aversion to paternal trigger language unless pain compliance is applied. Do not kill him when he speaks with your voice. Damon stepped to the edge of the crest. Myra saw and grabbed his arm. This time she did not ask. He looked at her hand. She released immediately. Sorry. No, his voice was rough. That was necessary. Her eyes held his. Do not cross, she said. He is being hurt. Yes. Alara is being hurt. Yes. I can stop it. Or complete it. The words struck exactly where they needed to. Damon looked at the crest, then at Adrian, then at Alara, who had moved carefully away from the chair with Sierra's help, staying outside the lit circle. Gree's voice came from the cracked speaker above, strained now, but still controlled. You see, protective response exceeds all interventions. The lock always turns toward pain. Damon lifted his head. No, he said. The room stilled. He looked at Adrian. Not son, not rival, not mirror, not prototype. Adrian, he said. The young man's eyes found his. Gree's hand tightened on the ring. Damon continued. I do not claim you. Adrian flinched as if struck. Gree smiled. Damon did not stop. I do not reject you. Gree's smile vanished. The crest beneath Damon dimmed. I do not know what they made from me or from anyone else. I do not know what blood, file, lie, or theft they used to put you in that room. His voice roughened. But you are not my proof. You are not my heir. You are not my correction. Adrian stared at him. Tears had filled his eyes, though his face remained rigid with training. Damon stepped back from the crest. A deliberate retreat. Gree's face changed. No. Damon's eyes stayed on Adrian. You are a man being hurt. That is enough. The room went silent. Then every light in the crest went out. The console above sparked. Gree screamed in rage, not pain. Myra moved, now. Annika and Silas breached the upper observation door at the same time. Glass shattered inward. Gree released Adrian and ran for the rear exit. Annika went after her. Silas caught Adrian before he collapsed. Sierra got Alara away from the chair. Myra crossed the dead crest and dropped beside Alara first. Medical kit open. Alara, may I examine you? Alara was breathing hard, face tight with pain, but her eyes were clear. Yes, check the baby. Damon stopped 3 feet away. Every part of him wanted to be closer. He stayed where he was. Alara noticed. Her expression softened for half a second before pain returned. Good, she said. The word nearly undid. Him. Myra checked Alara quickly, hands careful, voice calm. Pulse elevated. No bleeding. Pain response from stimulus, not contraction pattern. I need proper equipment, but immediate signs are better than I feared. Alara closed her eyes. The baby. Heartbeat monitor. Myra looked at Damon. In my case. Side pocket. He moved immediately, retrieved it. and handed it over without crossing closer than necessary. Myra placed the device. A sound filled the room. Fast, steady, small. The fetal heartbeat cut through everything. Damon could not move. Alara opened her eyes and looked at him. For one moment, no one spoke. Then Sira whispered, "That's a hell of an argument for arson." Alara laughed once, then winced. Myra glared. "Do not make her laugh while I'm checking uterine response. I'm emotionally supportive in my own idiom." Above, Adrian made a broken sound. Damon looked up. Silas had removed his own coat and wrapped it around the young man's shoulders. Adrian sat on the floor of the observation room, clutching his ringed hand to his chest, while Silas kept distance, but stayed near. Myra stood. "I need to disable his ring." Damon nodded. "I need help. I'll come." "No," she looked toward the upper room. "You cannot be near him yet. Not until we know whether the feedback is dead." Damon absorbed that. "Annika." In pursuit of Gree, Silas called down. Sira looked at Myra. "I can help." Myra's eyes moved to the sealed pouch at Sira's belt. "No rings," Sira said. "No touching cursed devices. Just hands." Myra hesitated. Alara said, "Take her." Myra looked at Damon. He nodded once. Sira and Myra moved to the upper level with Silas. Damon stayed with Alara. Not close. Close enough to see her breathing. Far enough to honor every warning her body and his still carried. Alara looked at him. "You did it." "No." Her brows drew together. "I did one thing," he said. "You refused the claim." "Yes, that matters." It did not free him. It opened the door. The words hit softly. Maybe because they were true. Maybe because she was alive to say them. Damon looked down at the dead crest. "Are you hurt?" "Yes." The answer cut. Alara continued, "But I'm here." "Yes." "Do not look at me like you're deciding how much blame your body can hold before it becomes useful." He looked up. She knew him too well. Or perhaps she knew damage too well. "Damon," she said. The sound of his name in her mouth still struck deep. Not as it had before. The heat was still there, somewhere, banked beneath layers of grief, choice, danger. But something else had grown around it. Respect, anger, history. A tenderness neither of them had agreed to name. "I am not your failure," she said. His throat tightened. "No," he said, "you are not." "Good. Remember that when you start doing your tragic arithmetic." A breath escaped him. Almost a laugh. Almost pain. Above, Myra called out, "I need cutters." Damon reached for the kit. Alara's hand caught his sleeve. Lightly, enough to stop him. His body went still. She released him immediately. "Sorry." He looked at the place she had touched, then at her. "Don't be." Their eyes held. 1,000 unsaid things lived there. 6 months. The gala, the pregnancy, his refusal, her survival. Every unfinished wound between them. Then Myra called again, sharper. Damon moved. The ring on Adrian's hand did not come off cleanly. Damon watched from below as Myra worked with Sira and Silas, keeping Adrian talking through every step. Do I have consent to touch your hand? A nod. Words, Adrian. Yes. Do I have consent to cut the outer casing? Yes. This may hurt. It already hurts. I know. We're reducing it, not pretending. Sira crouched near Adrian's other side. I'm excellent at distraction. Do you want facts about tax fraud, insults, or gossip about how bad Damon is at emotional conversations? Adrian blinked at her, then astonishingly said gossip. Sira's smile flashed, fierce and bright. Excellent choice. He once tried to build trust with me by telling me my knife work was careless. From below, Damon said, it was. See, Sira told Adrian. Terrible. Adrian's mouth moved faintly. Not quite a smile. Enough. Myra cut the casing. The ring sparked. Adrian jerked. Silas held position, but did not grab him. Still with me? Myra asked. Adrian's breathing was ragged. Yes. Name. He froze. Myra's face softened. The one you choose for now. A tear slipped down Adrian's face. I don't know. Sira's expression changed. That S allowed, she said. Myra nodded. Yes, that's allowed. The ring casing snapped open. A thin needle retracted from the inner band. Sira swore. Silas went still. Myra's face went cold in a way Damon had not yet seen. Dermal delivery. Pain and dosing. She removed the ring carefully and dropped it into a containment case. Adrian stared at his bare hand as if he had never seen it. What now? He asked. No one answered immediately. Then Damon did. Now no one names you until you do. Adrian looked down at him through the broken glass and ruin between them. He did not smile, but he believed the sentence enough to breathe differently. The victory lasted 11 seconds. Annika's voice burst through the comms. Gree is in the lower archive. She triggered Helena Lockout. I repeat, Helena Lockout. Damon's blood went cold. Myra looked down at him. What does that mean? He was already moving. It means she found my mother's countermeasure before we did. Mara's voice cut through the earpiece from remote command. Damon, stop. The estate network just came alive. Every dark screen in the remembering room flashed on. One by one. Not with Gree. With files. Birth records. Prototype lists. Embryo ledgers. Women's names. Children's names. Rows and rows of them. Then one document expanded across the largest screen. First, Mother Index. Damon stopped. Myra appeared beside him, breath quick, face pale. Sira came down the stairs behind her. Alara stood despite Myra's protest, hand on her stomach, staring at the screen. At the top of the index was a photograph, a young woman with dark hair, standing in the garden of the original Vale estate. The image was old, decades old, but the face, Damon went completely still. Elara whispered, "That's impossible." Myra's voice went thin. "Noel Ashcroft." Sierra looked between them. "Who the hell is Noel Ashcroft?" Damon could not answer, because the woman in the photograph looked exactly like Helena Vale. And beneath the image, the file status read, "First Mother, active. Chapter 4, The First Mother. Noel Ashcroft was dead." Elara said it first, not because she knew the woman, because the file made the living version impossible. The photograph on the screen had been taken decades ago. The paper grain, the garden, the cut of the woman's dress, the softness of the image's edge, all of it belonged to another century of wealth. Another era of secrets filed in locked cabinets instead of encrypted servers. Noel Ashcroft stood in the winter garden of the original Vale, a state with dark hair falling over one shoulder, and one hand resting against the dry fountain shaped like Helena Vale. Except Helena had not been carved yet. Damon understood that a moment later, and the realization moved through him with the slow, cold violence of a blade pushed under ribs. The statue in the winter garden had not been made after his mother. His mother had looked like the statue. The statue had looked like Noel, and Noel looked like Helena. Sierra broke the silence. "Someone needs to explain why we're staring at a ghost with excellent bone structure." Myra did not look away from the screen. Noel Ashcroft was Marin Voss's younger half-sister. Elara's face went white. "My aunt," she said. "Yes, she should be in her 50s. Yes." Sierra pointed at the screen. "That woman does not look 50. "No," Myra said. Damon looked at the file status again. "First Mother, active." Beneath it, another line blinked into view. "Location, Origin Archive." Annika's voice came through the comms, tight and fast. "Gree is still in the lower archive. I lost visual, but she's moving deeper into the old level." Helena Lockout sealed 2 exits. Silas stepped to the wall panel and scanned the active estate map. Lower archive access is beneath the East Chapel. Damon's body reacted before his mind did. East Chapel, the bell, the white room below. His mother's voice telling him not to answer if someone called him by the wrong name. Myra saw the change immediately. Orient. He closed his eyes once, then opened them. Damon Adrian Vale. Original Vale Estate. Remembering room. Elara alive. Myra present. Sierra present. Adrian safe enough for now. Gree in lower archive. Purpose. Evidence. Refusal. Extraction. Elara's gaze cut to him. He heard the thing he had not said. Child. He had not named the unborn child aloud, because if he named the child, Gree would make a door out of it. Elara understood. Her expression softened by a fraction, then hardened again as she looked back at the screen. "Noel Ashcroft was in my mother's file," Elara said. Contingent bride. Myra nodded, yes. Damon remembered the document in the locked room. Noel Celia Ashcroft. Reserved. Contingent bride. Trigger event. Failure of Marin Ashcroft compliance. He had thought it vile then. Now it looked incomplete. Sierra crossed to the screen and enlarged the visible file list with a quick, practiced movement that made Damon wonder how many systems she had broken into before breakfast in her career. There are subfiles. Mara's voice came through the earpiece. Do not open anything without imaging it first. Sierra glanced toward the ceiling. Good morning to you too. It is not good, and this is how evidence dies. Sierra lifted both hands from the console. Fine, image first. I heard that tone. You were meant to. Myra stepped beside Sierra and connected the isolated drive she had brought from the penthouse. Her fingers moved quickly over the contro. LS, careful not to connect the estate network to any external system. Copying local index. The progress bar moved slowly. Too slowly. Below the screen, Adrian sat on the floor with Silas's coat still around his shoulders, staring at his bare right hand. The ring wound had left a red circle around his finger. Without the manufactured band, he looked younger. Not 20, maybe not even that. He looked like a person waiting for punishment, because silence had always been followed by it. Sierra noticed too. She crouched near him, not close enough to crowd. Still with us? Adrian looked at her. I think so. That's a reasonable answer. His gaze moved to Damon. The room reacted to the glance before either man spoke. Damon felt it beneath the skin. A thin pull, not paternal, not exactly. Recognition of damage shaped with the same instruments. A mirror response stripped of claim. Myra's voice came low. Damon. I know. Adrian heard. His shoulders tightened. I'm not trying to do anything. Damon looked at him. The young man's face remained controlled, but his eyes had changed. Without the ring feeding pain through his hand, fear had become visible enough to be human. I know, Damon said. Adrian swallowed. Dr. Morvant said you would hate me. Sierra's eyes flashed. Alara's expression sharpened with immediate fury. Damon held still. Hate would have been simple. Useful, even. He had built entire strategies around simpler emotions than the one now moving through his chest. I hate what they did to you, Damon said. Adrian stared at him. That is different. The young man looked down at his bare hand again. I don't know what I am. Sierra's voice softened in a way she probably would have denied later. Most people don't. They just get better wallpaper while figuring it out. Adrian blinked. That almost smile again. Small, untrained, worth protecting. The progress bar hit 100. Myra opened the first subfile. NOELLEASHCROFT. Origin record. The screen filled with scanned documents. Birth certificate. Photographs. Medical charts. Letters. legal instruments, but the dates did not align. Noel appeared at age 26 in a photograph dated 31 years ago. Noel appeared again, looking 26, in a laboratory intake photograph dated 22 years ago. Then again, 14 years ago. Then 7. Then 3 months ago. Always similar. Not identical. Similar enough to make the mind rebel. Sierra whispered, "That's not one woman." Myra's face had gone cold with professional horror. "No." Alara stepped closer to the screen. "Then what is Noel?" Damon answered, because he already knew, even before the words formed. "A designation." Myra looked at him. He continued, like Adrian. The air changed around that. Adrian lifted his head. Damon did not look away from the screen. A name assigned to a role. Myra opened the medical comparison file. The screen split into columns. Noel I, Noel II, Noel III, Noel IV. Each had a photograph. Each had Ashcroft markers. Each had veil-adjacent compatibility. Each had a role classification attached. First mother carrier. First mother substitute. First mother preservation. First mother active. Sierra muttered, "I am going to need a larger list of people to ruin." Mara's voice sharpened. "Focus on identification." Myra scrolled. Her hand stopped. "Oh God." Damon's gaze locked onto the screen. NOELLE-IV. Current identity. Noel Celia Ashcroft. Biological relationship markers. Ashcroft maternal line confirmed. Projected legal relation. Marin Ashcroft half-sibling. Covenant function. Active first mother vessel. Public record deceased. Alara gripped the edge of the chair she had escaped from. "My aunt is alive." Myra's mouth tightened. Maybe. The file says Noel IV is active. It does not prove she is your biological aunt. It proves someone carrying Ashcroft line markers was assigned your aunt's identity. Alara stared at her. Myra did not soften the answer. She knew better now. Alara closed her eyes once, then opened them. "But she may be." "Yes." Damon looked at the projected relationship marker. Marin Ashcroft half-sibling. Helena Vale resemblance. First mother vessel. Noel's face looking out from old photographs. As if history had learned to repeat a woman before anyone taught it mercy. Annika's voice came through the comms. Movement near lower archive. Gree is not alone. Damon straightened. Who? Unknown. One adult female signature. Stationary until 30 seconds ago. The room went still. Sierra looked at the screen. Alara whispered, "Noel." Myra's hand moved to the medical case. If Gree has Noel in the archive, she's using her, Damon said. For what? Sierra asked. Mara answered through the earpiece. For whatever legal or biological authority the first mother designation carries. Alara's face hardened. Then we need her alive. Damon looked at her. Alara did not blink. Do not give me that look. What look? The one where you calculate wet. Her protecting me means leaving someone else in a room. He said nothing. Don't, she said. I am not leaving my mother's sister, clone, replacement, or whatever hell they made her into for Gree. Sierra looked at Damon with grim amusement. She's worse than me. Alara glanced at her. Thank you. That was not praise. I'm taking it. Damon almost smiled. Almost. Then the estate lights died. Only the black-blue glow of the dead crest remained, pulsing once beneath the floor, then fading out. In the dark, a bell rang. 3 notes. From below, the sound passed through Damon's bones, like memory given teeth. Myra's voice came immediately. Damon, I'm here. Where? Remembering room. Are you being recalled? No, but the answer cost more than before. The bell rang again. Alara's hand moved to her stomach. Myra saw the movement and stepped closer to her. Pain. No. Contraction. No. Fear. Alara gave her a look. Obviously. Good distinction. Sierra turned her flashlight toward the lower corridor. Is it too much to ask one evil estate to have normal lighting? Annika appeared in the doorway at a run, breath controlled, gun in hand. Lower level is opening, not locking. Opening. Silas's expression shifted. For us. For him, Annika said, looking at Damon. The bell rang a 3rd time. This time, a speaker, hidden in the walls, activated. Not Gree's voice. Not Octavia's. A woman's voice. Soft, low, almost familiar. Damon. His entire body locked. Helena. No, not Helena. Not exactly. Alara looked at him, alarm flashing across her face. Damon. The voice came again. My little Locke. Myra went still. Sierra whispered, that is emotionally illegal. Damon did not move. The voice was not a recording of his mother. It was too close, too old, too wrong in the vowels. A voice built near Helena's, but not from her. A voice that had stood beside the fountain before Helena was born, and somehow still knew the private phrase his mother left in the archive. My little Locke. Damon had been called that once. Not by Octavia, not by Gree, by Helena in the dark, the night she tried to run with him. He had never told anyone. The speaker crackled. Come down, Damon. I held the first key before they put it in you. Silence. Then Gree's voice, sharp behind the first woman S. Enough. The speaker cut. Damon's heart pounded once, hard. Myra stepped into his line of sight. Orient. His gaze locked onto hers. Damon. Original Vale Estate. Remembering room. His voice sounded rough. Choosing entry. Purpose. Noel alive. Gree alive. Alara safe. Adrian safe. Evidence intact. He stopped. Refusal. Myra nodded again. Refusal. Good. The word steadied him. It should not have. It did. Alara watched them with an expression he could not read. Not jealousy, not exactly. Something more complicated and generous than the room deserved. She turned to Myra. Keep doing that. Myra blinked. Yes, even if he gets difficult. Sierra snorted. When? Alara's mouth curved faintly. When? Damon looked at both of them. I am in the room. We know, Alara and Sierra said together. Adrian looked between them, visibly confused by the strange, dangerous shape of loyalty that had formed around insult. Sierra noticed. You'll get used to it. I don't think I will, Adrian said. That's healthier. Annika cut in. We need to move. Lower archive access is open now. That means Gree wants us there. Or Noel does, Myra said. Annika's jaw tightened. Either way, we assume layered traps. Mara's voice came through their earpieces. I have the copied first mother index. Partial only. I'm seeing references to bride contracts, inheritance triggers, and one active document titled Vale Ashcroft Final Instrument. Damon went cold. Open it, he said. I can't. It requires local key access from the Origin archive. Alara looked at him. What is final instrument? Damon did not answer. He did not know, but the phrase felt older than contract, older than ceremony. Myra packed the copied files and medical case. Adrian cannot stay here. Adrian stiffened at his name. Sierra glanced at him. You like Adrian? He looked down. It's what they call me. That is not what I asked. His throat moved. I don't know. Sierra nodded once. Then temporary Adrian until further notice. He looked at her strangely. You can do that. Journalists rename sources all the time. Your temporary Adrian will revisit after fewer people are trying to ritualize everyone. Adrian almost smiled again. Myra checked his pulse without touching him first. May I? He nodded. Words. Yes. She took his wrist gently. Tachycardic but stable. Any dizziness? Yes. Pain. Less. Do you want to come with us? Or stay with Sila's in a secured room? The question seemed to stun him. Choice again. Small choices looked huge to people raised without them. Adrian looked toward the lower corridor. Dr. Morvant has the names, he said. Myra's face changed. What names? The other prototypes. His voice was quiet. The living ones. Damon looked at him. Adrian swallowed. I can help find them. Sela said, he comes with me. Rear position. Annika nodded. If he destabilizes. I won't, Adrian said. Every adult looked at him. His face tightened. I'll try not to. Myra's expression softened. Better. They moved. Down through the east corridor. Past medical rooms that smelled of old sterilization. Past a nursery with no beds now. Only outlines in the dust where they had once stood. Past a wall of children's height marks, each labeled not with names, but with designations. A01, A02, A03, L01, DV. Damon stopped before he meant to. His own initials were carved low on the wall. DV, a height mark beside them. Age 8. He had been here, not just Eden House. Here, the estate itself had been the first cage. Myra stopped near him, but did not speak. Alara did, Damon. He looked at the mark, so small, lower than Adrian's, lower than the others. A child's body recorded as progress. His mother's voice came back. Don't answer if they call you by a name that makes you smaller. He reached out and touched the carved initials. The wall was cold, not memory. Stone. I was 8, he said. Myra's voice was quiet. Yes. I thought I had invented parts of it. No. That hurt worse than doubt. Sierra stepped up beside him, face unusually still. Evidence, she said. Damon looked at her. She held up a small camera and photographed the wall. It happened. We document it. Then we use it. A rough breath moved through his chest. Thank you, he said. Sierra made a face. Don't start. They continued. The lower archive entrance sat beneath the east chapel. The chapel itself was intact in a way that made Damon's skin crawl. White stone, dark pews, no religious iconography. Only the thorned crest carved above the altar where a cross should have been. The bell rope hung beside the aisle, though the bell tower above had been sealed for years. At the altar, the floor had opened. A staircase descended into black. Cold air rose from below, carrying paper, dust, and burned sugar. Gray. Annika went first. Silas followed with Adrian. Then Sierra. Then Alara. Supported by Myra despite Alara's insistence, she could walk unaided. Damon came last by choice, because if the house tried to seal behind them, he wanted to be the thing in its teeth. The stairs spiraled down far deeper than the estate should allow. 1 level, 2, 3. At the bottom, they entered the Origin archive. The room was massive, circular, and built of black stone veined with white. Older than the mansion above it, or made to appear so. Shelves of ledgers climbed the walls. Glass cylinders held sealed documents. Steel cabinets stood beside antique chests. Monitors had been added badly, modern wiring running over old carved symbols. At the center was a long table. Grimoire stood at one end. At the other sat a woman in a white dress, hands folded in her lap, dark hair loose around her shoulders. Noel Ashcroft, or the woman wearing that name. She looked no older than 30. She looked like Helena Vale. Not exactly. Close enough that Damon's body forgot language for one dangerous second. Helena at the breakfast table, touching his hair. Helena in the winter garden, hand over his mouth. Helena screaming. No. Myra's voice came from beside him. Damon. He breathed. Noel, he said. The woman's eyes lifted to his. They were not Helena's eyes. That saved him. Helena's had been dark. Noel's were gray. pale, clear, and devastatingly tired. "My little lock," she said softly. Annika aimed at Gree. Silas aimed at the corners. Sierra stepped slightly in front of Adrian. Alara stared at Noel, as if seeing the first page of a family history rewritten in someone else's blood. Gree smiled from the far end of the table. "Beautiful, isn't she?" Noel's gaze did not leave Damon. "Do not let her narrate me." The room changed around that sentence. Gree's smile thinned. Damon looked at Noel. "Who are you?" A good question, with several illegal answers. Sierra muttered, "I like her." Gree's fingers moved near a console. Annika said, "Touch it and lose the hand." Gree looked almost bored. Violence is always the first language of people who resent documentation. "No," Annika said, "it's my second. Documentation is Mara's first." Mara's voice came through the comms. "Correct." Noel looked toward Alara. Her face altered. "Not recognition, exactly." "Grief." "Marin's daughter," Noel whispered. Alara's eyes filled before she could hide it. "Are you my aunt?" Noel's hands tightened in her lap. "For some purposes, yes. That is not an answer. It is the one that keeps you safer until the file is open." Alara took a step forward. Damon's entire body reacted. He stopped himself before the movement became visible as control. Noel saw anyway. Her gaze flicked to him, then to Myra. "Good," she said. Someone taught him to pause. Myra's face tightened. He taught himself. Noel's eyes often did that. Gree laughed. "Touching, inaccurate but touching. The subject responds because he was reset." Damon looked at her then. Gree wanted rage. He gave her attention, without movement. "Why are you here?" he asked. "To finish what Helena interrupted." Noel's expression sharpened. Helena did not interrupt. She sabotaged. Gree's scar twisted with irritation. Helena misunderstood the scale of the work. Helena understood perfectly. Noel's voice remained soft. "That is why you had to kill her." Damon went still. Not metaphor, not suspicion. The room heard it. Mara's voice came through the earpiece, quiet and deadly. "That statement is now recorded." Gree's face hardened. Helena Vale died in a vehicular accident. Noel looked at Damon. "No," she said. "The old world split." Damon had known, in the deep animal way children knew when adults lied around grief. He had known his mother did not simply lose control on an icy road after fleeing the estate for the second time. But knowing in the blood and hearing it in a room built by murderers were different wounds. "Who?" Damon asked. Gree did not speak. Noel did. Octavia ordered it. Gree arranged the clinical part. Sierra's voice went flat. "Clinical part." Noel's eyes lowered. Helena was not supposed to die in the car. She was supposed to survive the crash with memory damage. Gree wanted her alive long enough to map the countermeasure. The archive seemed to recede. Damon heard the bell in memory. Not from the chapel, From inside himself, Myra's voice came close. Orient. His vision narrowed. Myra stepped into his line without touching. Damon, where are you? He could not answer immediately. That frightened him. Myra's voice sharpened. Where are you? Origin Archive. Are you being recalled? His hands flexed. No. Who killed Helena? Octavia ordered. Gree arranged. Is that your fault? The question struck hard. Gree smiled faintly. Myra saw and pressed. Answer me. Is Helena's murder your fault? No. The word came out rough. Again. No. Again. No. The bell stopped inside him. Myra nodded once. Good. Gree watched them with bright, clinical hate. You contaminate beautifully for a woman so recently ashamed. Myra turned toward her. I am not contamination. I am testimony. Sierra's mouth curved. That one was good. Noel looked at Myra. Something passed between them, strange and old. Saint's daughter. Myra's face changed. You knew my father. Yes. Did he know Helena was murdered? Noel closed her eyes briefly. Yes. Myra absorbed it. Not with surprise, with confirmation. A final door, closing over whatever part of her had still hoped her father's sins had edges. Did he help? She asked. Noel opened her eyes. Yes. Myra nodded once. A small movement, a devastating one. Damon stepped slightly closer to her. Not touching, present. Myra noticed. For 1 second, that presence seemed enough to keep her standing. Then she looked back at Noel. What is the first mother? Gree smiled again. At last, the doctor asks the correct question. Noel answered before Gree could continue. The first mother is not a mother. Alara frowned. Then what is it? A legal origin. Mara's voice sharpened in all their ears. Go on. Noel looked toward the stacks of ledgers. The covenant began with inheritance disputes between families who had more money than law could comfortably hold. Bloodline was used to stabilize property. Marriage was used to stabilize bloodline. Fertility was used to stabilize marriage. Eventually, the order reversed. People became instruments for preserving assets. Shocking, Sierra said. Rich men invented hell for tax reasons. Noel's mouth moved faintly. Not inaccurate. Gree's gaze cut to her. Noel continued. The first mother designation was created for the woman whose offspring could legally consolidate several family lines. Ashcroft, Vale, Davenant, Saint, and others. The first Noel was not a mother yet. She was a clause waiting for a body. Alara's face tightened, and the later Noels. Substitutes, Noel said. Replacements. Preservations. Women shaped to carry the designation when the original line resisted. Myra looked at the files. Genetic matching, identity reassignment, fertility control. Yes. Damon's voice was low. Cloning. Gree's eyes lit. Such a crude word. Myra answered instead, voice cold. not full human cloning in the simple sense. More likely selected embryos, donor substitution, identity grafting, cosmetic and behavioral conditioning, forged lineage records. Enough biological relation to satisfy internal markers. Enough resemblance to trigger psychological recognition. Damon looked at Noel. Enough resemblance to Helena. Enough to make him hesitate. Enough to make his body remember safety and grief at once. He hated them with a clarity that felt almost clean. Noel met his gaze. I am not your mother. I know. I was made to look enough like what you lost. I know. Her expression shifted, something like relief. Good. Alara's voice trembled with fury. Are you Marin's sister? Noel looked at her. Yes. The word struck the room. Alara went still. Yes. Yes, Noel said again, softer. I was born Noel Celia Ashcroft. Marin was my half-sister. I was taken after she ran with your father. Alara's hand went to her mouth. Damon saw the grief open in her. A living relative. A stolen aunt. Another piece of Marin's life dragged from a locked room too late. Noel's voice remained steady, but tears gathered in her gray eyes. Marin tried to come back for me. Gerald helped her. Helena helped them both. That is where the countermeasure began. Damon stared. Helena knew Marin. Yes, the past shifted again. Not separate tragedies. An alliance. 3 women trying to break a system before the men around them even understood the cage. Noel looked at him. Your mother did not only run from the covenant. She stole its language. She hid refusal inside recognition. She built a way for you to say no where they expected ownership. Gree snapped. Helena failed. Noel turned to her. Helena delayed you for decades. Gree's face hardened. Myra stepped closer to the central table. What is the Vale Ashcroft final instrument? Noel's gaze dropped to the table. A black folder lay before her. Damon had not seen it at first because her hands had rested over it. Old paper, thorned crest, a ribbon sealed with black wax. Gree's smile returned. The reason everyone is here. Noel did not touch the folder. Alara must not sign it, she said. Alara's face went cold. I assumed. No, Noel said. Not only you. Damon looked at the folder. Something in him recognized it. Not the object, the gravity of it. What is it? He asked. Gree answered. A correction to the original failure. Noel looked at Damon. It is a bride contract. The words passed through the archive, like winter. Mara's voice came through the earpiece, razor sharp. Do not touch that document. Gree laughed. Too late for counsel. The contract predates her profession. Mara's reply was immediate. Many crimes do. Noel continued, eyes on Damon. It binds the first mother designation to the primary Vale heir through chosen recognition. Not marriage in the modern sense. Older, worse. It transfers authority over covenant bloodline assets, embryos, records, and heir claims. Who signs? Damon asked. The first mother and the veil heir. Elara looked between them. Noel and Damon. Yes. The room tightened. Damon's voice went flat. No. Gree's eyes gleamed. There it is. The refusal. Always so satisfying before it becomes negotiation. No negotiation, he said. Noel looked at him with something like sorrow. There may have to be. Elara's head snapped toward her. Why? Because Helena's countermeasure is incomplete without the final instrument. Myra's face changed. Explain. Noel's hands tightened over the folder. The contract can enslave the line or free it. It depends on which clause is activated. Sira stared. Why would anyone build a contract that does both? Mara answered quietly in their ears. Because sabotage, hidden inside an enforceable document, is harder to destroy. Noel nodded. Helena and Marin altered it. Gerald hid proof. I preserved access. Her gaze moved to Damon. But only the primary veil heir can open the bride clause. Only the first mother can redirect it. And only a legal match from the Ashcroft line can challenge the old interpretation. Elara went still. Me? Yes. Myra looked at the folder, then at Noel. And the medical interpreter. Noel's gaze turned to her. You verify that no biological claim, pregnancy, embryo, or child can be used as consent. Myra's face paled. Sira crossed her arms. And the witness match. Noel looked at her too. You make sure the world hears it. Sira's mouth tightened. I hate when the evil architecture is technically accurate. Damon stared at the folder. Rolls again. No. Names first. He looked at Elara. Not legal match. Elara. Angry, brilliant. Alive. Carrying a child no document would own. He looked at Myra. Not medical interpreter. Myra. Bloody, guilty. Brave enough to tell truths that might make everyone hate her. He looked at Sira. Not witness match. Sira. Rage sharpened into record. A woman who would walk into traps if the story inside mattered. He looked at Noel. Not first mother. Noel. Marin's stolen sister. Helena's ally. A woman turned into a face that haunted him, and still insisting she was not narration. He looked at Adrian. Not prototype. A young man with no chosen name yet, watching every adult to see whether freedom was another procedure. Damon looked back at Gree. You still don't understand, he said. Gree's smile thinned. I understand you better than anyone alive. No, he stepped toward the table, stopping before the crest carved into the stone. You understand the cage. The archive went silent. Noel. E's eyes closed briefly. Gree's mouth hardened. Damon continued. You mistake the shape people make under pressure for their nature. Myra's breath caught softly behind him. You hurt a child and called the flinch data, Damon said. You threatened a woman and called the fear compatibility. You stole blood, embryos, names, faces, and called the result lineage. His voice lowered. You do not know me. You know what I did to survive being known by you. Gree's expression changed. A crack, small, real. Then she smiled again. Beautiful refusal, but incomplete. She pressed the console. The archive doors sealed. Annika fired at the mechanism. Sparks jumped. Nothing opened. Mara's voice snapped through the comms. Lockdown just isolated the lower archive. Gree stepped away from the table. Time for the final lesson. A hiss sounded overhead. Myra looked up, gas. Annika swore and reached for masks. Gree shook her head, amused. Not poison. I dislike waste. Noel rose abruptly. Gree, no. Memory aerosol, Gree said. Derived from old trigger compounds. Harmless to most. Highly clarifying for conditioned subjects. Myra lunged for the vent panel. Damon grabbed her arm and pulled her back just before a blast of vapor erupted from the wall beside her. She stumbled into him. For half a second, her body hit his chest. Heat, fear, contact. His arms came up instinctively to steady her, then stopped before enclosing. Okay, he asked. Myra looked up at him, breath quick. Yes. Move. Yes. He released her. No more, no less. Even here, especially here, the aerosol spread in thin white streams. Annika tossed masks to Sierra, Alara, Adrian, and Myra. Sila's covered Adrian first. Alara caught hers and put it on with hands that shook only once. Damon did not reach for one. Myra saw Damon. He looked at the vapor. The smell reached him. Cedar, antiseptic, burned sugar, and beneath it, Helena's perfume. Not memory, chemistry. His body went cold. Gree watched from near the archive wall, mask already in place, eyes shining. Subject DV recalled to origin. The bell rang, not from above, inside the room, inside his skull. Damon staggered. Myra moved toward him. No, he forced out. She stopped. Barely. Orient, she said through the mask. He tried. The words scattered. White room. Cold floor. Helena's hand. Lucian whispering. Octavia's voice. The doctor saying correction. Gree younger, smiling through glass. Noel's face like Helena's. Alara's hand on her stomach. Myra's voice. Myra. He locked onto it. Damon, she said, where are you? The archive vanished. The white room opened. He was small again. No, he was not small. He was on the floor of the origin archive. One hand braced against black stone. Gas curling around him. Adult body shaking under a child's terror. Where are you? He could not answer. Gree's voice came closer. You are home. No. Myra's voice cut sharper. You are not being recalled. He gritted his teeth. Gree, look at Noel. Look at what they took. Look at what you can reclaim. Noel stood beyond the table, mask pressed to her face, gray eyes full of fear and fury. Helena, not Helena. Mother, not mother. First mother. Bride contract. The system pushed recognition at him like a hand, forcing his head underwater. Claim. Correct. Bind. No. Myra dropped to her knees in front of him, still outside reach. Damon, you told me your purpose. His breathing came harsh and broken. Say one word, she demanded. Any word that is yours. Gree laughed. He has none, that was the point. Myra ignored her. One word. Damon's hand scraped against the stone. His mouth opened. Nothing came out. Alara's voice came through the gas from the other side of the table. Damon. His body turned toward her instantly. Too fast. Too strongly. The old architecture seized on her voice. Legal match. Primary bride. Unborn heir. His. No. Alara's eyes widened as she saw the shift. Then her face hardened. Don't you dare make me the leash, she said. The words struck him like cold water. Myra's voice followed. One word. Sierra shouted, pick a good one. We're all very judgmental. A sound tore from his chest. Not laugh. Not sob. Something between. One word. His. Not theirs. Not Gree's. Not Octavia's. Not bloodline. Not estate. Not contract. Damon lifted his head. Names, he rasped. The room changed. Myra froze. Noel's eyes filled. Alara's hand tightened around the mask. Sierra whispered, good word. Damon pushed himself upright, gas burning his throat. Names, he said again. He looked at Alara. At Sierra, Serafina. She blinked at the full name, but did not correct him. At Myra. Her breath caught. At Noel. The woman closed her eyes. At Adrian, he paused. The young man stared at him from beside Sela's, mask trembling in his hand. Damon's voice softened. Not yet named. Adrian's face broke. Gree's expression twisted. Sentiment will not invalidate protocol. No, Damon said. He rose fully, unsteady but Ending. Choice will. Mara's voice burst through the earpiece, distorted by lockout. Damon, the final instrument just opened. The system registered your naming sequence as countermeasure step 1. Gree spun toward the table. The black folder had opened. Its ribbon had split down the center. Pages moved under an unseen air current. Noel staggered toward it. Damon now. Myra grabbed the folder before Gree could. Gree lunged. Annika intercepted her. The two women hit the side of the table hard. Gree was faster than she looked, all clinical precision and hidden blades. Annika caught her wrist, twisted, and drove her backward. Gree slashed with something silver. Annika hissed as blood opened along her forearm. Sierra moved, not toward Gree, toward the console. Tell me what to break. Mara's voice snapped back. Nothing, copy everything. Left terminal, black port. Finally, crimes I understand. Sierra plugged in her device and began extracting the open instrument. Alara took one step toward Noel. "What do you need from me?" Noel's voice shook. "To challenge the bride clause when it appears." "I can do that. You don't know what it asks." "I know what answer I'm giving." Noel looked at her. Marin's daughter. The resemblance was not physical as much as structural. Refusal in the bones. Myra scanned the opened pages fast, eyes moving with trained speed. There are 2 columns, original clause and altered clause. Damon forced himself to focus through the aerosol haze. "Read." Myra's voice trembled, but did not fail. Original. First mother binds to primary veil heir for bloodline continuity, asset consolidation, and heir recognition. Gree fought Annika near the wall, laughing through her mask. "That is the law that built you." Myra continued louder. Altered. First mother may bind authority away from primary veil heir upon evidence of coercion, genetic manipulation, forced reproductive control, or non-consensual lineage assignment. Mara's voice sharpened. "That is the kill switch." Noel held out her hand. "I need the pen." Alara grabbed the old fountain pen beside the folder. Damon caught her wrist before she crossed a section of glowing floor. She stopped immediately. Their eyes met. Not trigger, not claim. Warning received. He released her and pointed to the safe path around the table. She moved that way and handed Noel the pen. Noel uncapped it. The moment the pen touched paper, the archive alarms began. Gree screamed, "No." Annika slammed her into the stone wall, but Gree twisted free and hit the console with her elbow. A new screen opened above the table. Octavia Vale appeared, older now than the last time Damon had seen her in person. Still immaculate, still cruel in the way of women who had turned survival into empire, and then forgot there had ever been another purpose. "Damon," Octavia said. The gas seemed to thicken. His grandmother smiled. "You always did need women to tell you who you were." Damon looked at her face. Once that voice had been law. Once that face had been the sky over his cage. Now it was only another witness. "No," he said. The single word rang through the archive. The final instrument glowed beneath Noel's hand. Octavia's smile faded. Damon stepped closer to the screen. "I needed them to remind me. I had a name before you made me a function." Mara's voice whispered in his ear. That sentence was legally useless, but personally excellent. Sierra muttered from the terminal, "Agreed." Noel signed. The archive shook, not metaphorically. Stone groaned. Shelves opened. Cabinets unlocked. Files spilled their digital keys into Sierra's extraction drive. The Covenant's origin archive began to surrender itself. Gree saw it. For the first time, true panic crossed her face. She threw something against the floor. The world flashed white. Damon hit the ground hard. Sound vanished. When it returned, it came in fragments. Ilara coughing, Myra shouting his name, Annika swearing, Sierra saying, I have the file, I have the file, Silas yelling for Adrian. And Noel was gone. So was Gree. The archive doors stood open now, but smoke filled the passage beyond. Damon pushed himself upright. Myra grabbed his arm. This time, neither of them hesitated. You're bleeding, she said. Not enough. Damon. Ilara. Here, Ilara called, coughing, but standing with Sierra's arm around her. Adrian. Silas answered, alive. Noel. Silence. Then Mara's voice came through, strained. The final instrument copied. Partial signature captured. The bride clause activated, but did not complete. Damon looked at the open folder on the table. Noel's signature marked the page. Only one line remained blank. Primary veil heir. His line. Gree had taken Noel before the contract could finish. Not to prevent it, to force the last signature somewhere else. Ilara saw the blank line. So did Myra. So did Sierra. The archive screen flickered again. A new message appeared in black letters over white. Bride contract I. NITIATD. Primary heir signature required. Location updated. Veil vault. Below it, a live image loaded. Gree stood inside a steel-lined vault, one hand gripping Noel's shoulder. Noel was conscious, pale, furious. Behind them rose shelves of old rings, embryo canisters, and sealed contracts. At the center of the vault stood Octavia Vale, not on a screen. In person, she looked directly into the camera and smiled. Come finish what your mother started, Damon. Then she looked past him, as if she could see the women standing in the archive. And bring the bride. Chapter 5. The Bride Contract. The bride was not Ilara. Damon understood that before anyone said it, not because the word had no claim on her. The covenant had tried to make bride mean Ilara since before she knew the shape of the trap. They had written her into clauses, dressed her in silver, put his ring on her hand, named her legal match, primary carrier, bloodline correction, and every other elegant obscenity old families invented when they wanted to steal choice and call it inheritance. But Octavia had looked past Ilara. Bring the bride. She meant Noel, the first mother, the stolen Ashcroft sister, the woman made to resemble Helena, preserved by lies, assigned a role older than any living person in the room. The archive filled with smoke and old paper dust, while that truth settled like ash. Ilara coughed once, hard, one arm braced against Sierra's shoulder. Myra had one hand clamped around Damon's forearm, partly to steady him, partly because he had nearly gone to his knees when Gree's flash device detonated. Annika was bleeding from the cut along her forearm, but already moving, gun raised, eyes on the open archive doors. Silas had Adrian behind him, one hand flat against the young man's chest, to keep him from stepping into the chaos before he understood which danger was his. Noel was gone. Gree was gone. Octavia was inside the veil vault, and the final instrument sat open on the table, with one signature missing. Primary veil air. Damon's line. Sierra wiped soot from her mouth with the back of one hand. I vote we stop letting evil documents set the itinerary. Mara's voice crackled through their earpieces, strained but steady. Seconded. Unfortunately, the evil document appears to control several legacy locks in the estate. Of course it does, Sierra snapped. Why would a normal villain simply use keys? Myra released Damon's arm and immediately looked down, as if only then realizing she had grabbed him without asking. Her face tightened. I'm sorry. Damon turned his hand palm up between them, not touching her, offering space for correction rather than apology. You stopped me from falling. I still should have asked. No, he said. Emergency contact. Necessary. Her eyes lifted to his. There was smoke in the room, blood on her sleeve, fear in every corner of the estate. And still, that brief exchange altered the pressure between them. A boundary named, examined, respected. It should have been small. Nothing about consent felt small in a house built to erase it. Myra nodded once. Are you oriented? Origin Archive. Gree and Octavia in Veil Vault. Noel taken. Alara alive. Adrian alive. Final instrument incomplete. Purpose. Extraction, refusal, evidence. And your body. Angry. Scale. 10. At whom? Efficient question. Answer. Octavia Gree, the estate. The document myself, less than before. Myra's expression shifted. Good, she said. Damon hated how much the word steadied him. Alara straightened, carefully, one hand over her stomach. Less than before matters. Damon looked at her. The fetal heartbeat had been steady minutes ago. That fact was the only thing keeping his instincts from devouring the remaining architecture of the room. Alara stood pale, but unbroken. Eyes too bright, mouth set in the expression that meant she had converted fear into litigation, and was looking for someone careless enough to testify against themselves. You should leave, he said. She gave him a look of pure contempt. Sierra coughed. Bold strategy. Alara said, I'm not leaving until Noel is out, and that contract is dead. You were shocked less than 20 minutes ago. I noticed. You're pregnant. I also noticed that. Ilara. No, her voice cut clean through the smoke. Do not say my name like a locked door. I am not walking out of this estate while my mother's sister is in a vault with Octavia Vale. Damon's hands flexed. Myra saw Damon. I know. No, you are thinking about overriding her, because fear is telling you protection must be immediate and physical. He looked at Myra. She held a stare. The accuracy landed harder than accusation. Sierra pointed between them. This is upsettingly efficient. Alara's gaze moved from Damon to Myra, then back. Not jealous, not soft. Something more complicated. Something almost approving despite the blood and smoke and ruined estate around them. She's right, Alara said. I know, Damon saw. Then don't do it. He breathed once, then nodded. Alara's shoulders eased by a fraction. Thank you. I still want you out. I know. That has not changed. Neither has my answer. Mara's voice came through the comms. As counsel for several people making decisions under objectively appalling conditions, I recommend we separate emotional preferences from operational roles. Alara should not be in the first breach. She can remain in the secondary protected position with medical oversight. Alara opened her mouth. Mara cut in. Do not argue with me while carrying the most legally significant unborn child in a century-old reproductive conspiracy. Alara closed her mouth, then said, fine. Sira lifted a finger. Mara, she said, fine. Are you letting that pass? Under protest, Mara replied. But I'm tired. Annika moved to the archive exit and checked the corridor beyond. Vault is 2 levels below, through the old wine tunnels and primary succession chamber. Helena Lockout opened some routes and sealed others. Gree will expect Damon through the direct air passage. Silas stepped beside her. Then he doesn't take it. Damon looked at the estate map flickering on a half-damaged monitor. The Vale Vault lay beneath the original foundation, deeper than the Origin archive, protected by old mechanical locks and newer biometric systems grafted onto them like tumors. The direct air passage ran from the chapel crypt to the vault door. He knew it. Worse, his body knew it. Octavia had taken him there once when he was 10. Not inside. Never inside. Only to the outer door. She had placed his child's hand against cold metal and said, everything worth loving becomes safer once it belongs to us. He had hated her then. He had also believed her. That was the kind of childhood lie that took decades to stop mistaking for wisdom. There is another way, Adrian said. Every head turned. He flinched under the attention, then forced himself still. Not trained stillness this time. Chosen enough. Silas lowered his hand from Adrian's chest. What way? Adrian's eyes moved to Damon, then away. Service drain beneath the preservation room. Gree uses it when she doesn't want estate logs to show movement. Annika's gaze sharpened. You've used it. No, he swallowed. I cleaned it. The room went quiet. Sira's face changed first. Not pity. Fury looking for a door. Myra stepped closer to Adrian, careful and slow. How long ago? I don't know. Time was not always, he stopped, jaw tightening. I don't know. Damon felt the answer in his bones. Time was not always allowed to belong to them. Can you find it? Damon asked. Adrian nodded, then hesitated. If I come close to the vault, the system may recognize me. As what? Sira asked. Adrian's mouth twisted. Depends who is asking. Myra answered softly. Mirror air. Adrian's face hardened at the term, but he did not deny it. Damon looked at him. You do not have to come. The young man stared at him, visibly startled. I know the way, Adrian said. That was not my point. A strange silence spread between them. Adrian seemed to examine Damon's face for evidence of trickery. He had likely been offered choices before, only to learn the correct answer had already been written behind the question. What happens if I say no? Adrian asked. Then you stay with Silas and Alara in a secured position. And if you need the route, we find another. Adrian's gaze sharpened. That is inefficient. Yes, you would risk delay because I don't want to walk somewhere. Yes. Why? Damon held a stare. The answer was simple enough to feel impossible in that room. Because wanting matters. Adrian looked away first. Sierra, uncharacteristically, said nothing. Myra's expression softened with a pain Damon recognized too well. Alara's hand tightened around the back of the chair, as if the words had reached her too. Adrian looked toward the open archive door. I want to help. Truth, Myra said gently. Adrian's gaze flicked to her. She lifted both hands slightly. Not challenging, checking. Do you want to help, or do you feel you must? He thought about it. Really thought. That, too, felt like rebellion. I want Gree to stop owning rooms I remember, he said. Damon's chest tightened. Sierra nodded once. That's a real answer. Adrian looked at her. Is it enough? Yes, she said, for tonight. Annika took command. Then we split. Team 1, Damon, Myra, Sierra, Adrian, myself. We take the service drain to the vault approach. Team 2, Silas with Alara to secondary position near the chapel stairs. 2 security with him. Mara stays remote, keeps the legal and broadcast triggers ready. Alara's brows drew together. I can help with the contract. Mara responded immediately. You already did. Your challenge to the bride clause is captured in the Coppet archive. If Octavia or Gree force further legal ritual, I can push your statement live. You do not need to be physically present for the vault breach. Alara looked unconvinced. Damon did not speak. That was harder than he expected. Finally, Alara looked at him. If Noel asks for me, you call me. No. Her eyes narrowed. Damon corrected. If Noel's legal position requires you, Mara decides whether the risk is justified. Mara said, accepted. Alara studied Damon's face, then nodded once. Good revision. Damon almost smiled. Almost. Myra checked Alara quickly before leaving. Any cramping? No. Pain. Dull from earlier, not increasing. Dizziness? No. Do you consent to Silas carrying you if evacuation speed becomes medically necessary? Alara looked deeply offended. Myra waited. Alara sighed, yes. Silas said nothing, but his expression suggested he was already preparing for the argument when the time came. Sierra leaned toward Alara. For the record, I would also hate that. I know, Alara said, which is why I respect you. Likewise, there was no embrace, no dramatic goodbye. Not in that room, not with alarms below and smoke above. But Sira squeezed Alara's shoulder once, fast and fierce. Damon stopped in front of Alara. Not close, never carelessly close anymore. She looked up at him. The history between them stood there too. The contract, the ring, the gala, the 6 months gone, the child between them, and not yet named by anyone but threat. He wanted to say too much, and had earned the right to say too little. Alara saved him from both. Don't sign anything stupid, she said. A breath escaped him. I have counsel. Mara is not inside the vault. No, he said, but I can hear her judging me already. Mara's voice snapped in his ear. Correct. Alara's mouth softened. Then her eyes sharpened. Damon. Yes. Bring Noel back as herself. The sentence landed with all the precision she was known for. Not the bride, not the first mother. Noel, a name before function. Yes, he said, and if Octavia offers you a way to end this by owning it, I won't. Truth. He held her gaze. I don't want ownership anymore. Alara searched his face, then nodded. That's better than won't. He turned before the moment could become something neither of them had room to carry. The service drain was worse than Adrian had described. It began behind a false wall in the preservation room, a chamber where old embryo canisters sat locked inside steel cabinets, humming with backup power. Myra froze at the sight of them, face drained of color. Damon saw her gaze move over the labels. Ashcroft, Vale, Saint, Davenant, unknown, unknown, unknown. Names stored like seeds. Lives held in cold. Sira took photographs until Annika told her they had 40 seconds. I can hate quickly, Sira said. Do it while moving, Annika replied. Adrian did not look at the canisters. That told Damon enough. The drain entrance was a circular iron hatch beneath a tile panel. Annika opened it with a manual tool, and foul, damp air rose from below. The tunnel beyond was narrow, lined with stone slick from condensation and old runoff. No cameras, no lights, no dignity. Gree uses this, Sira asked, crouching. Adrian nodded. When she wants to move without witnesses. Of course, the witness gets the sewer route. It's not a sewer, Myra said. Sira looked into the black opening. That is not as reassuring as you think. They entered anyway. Annika first, then Adrian because he knew the turns, then Sira, then Myra, then Damon last. He disliked having Myra in front of him in the narrow dark, because every stumble, every breath of pain she tried to hide, every slip of her hand against the stone became a physical command inside him. Help, protect, touch. He did none without asking. The tunnel made his body remember childhood spaces, low ceilings, hidden corridors, the smell of wet stone and sterilized air bleeding through vents. His pulse climbed. Myra heard it through the monitoring earpiece. Damon, here, Orient, service drain, original Vale estate, moving to vault approach, choosing route, not recalled. Purpose, Noel Gree alive, Octavia contained, evidence intact, refusal. Physical state, elevated, controlled. Truth, he almost smiled in the dark. Elevated, irritated, controlled. Sierra's voice echoed ahead. For the record, everyone is irritated. That's not special. Myra's breath changed. A laugh suppressed. Damon heard it and hated how much he wanted more of that sound. The tunnel narrowed. Myra's shoulders struck the wall, and she hissed. Damon stopped immediately, sighed. Fine. That word is banned. It's my rib, not yours. Accurate but evasive. Sierra muttered from ahead. I am begging the emotionally charged medical channel to become less audible. Myra looked back over her shoulder. In the beam of Damon's flashlight, her eyes looked darker than before. Exhausted, afraid, alive with the same inconvenient pull he had felt in the lab. It hurts, she said. I can keep moving. Do you need support? No. Do you want support? A pause. There it was. The better question. Myra's mouth softened despite the dark. Not here. Understood. They moved on. Behind them, something shifted in the preservation room. Damon heard it first. Then Annika. She raised a fist. Everyone froze. A faint scrape. Then another. The hatch behind them groaned. Someone had found the entrance. Annika whispered, "Move." They moved. The tunnel sloped downward, then split into 3 smaller passages. Adrian turned left without hesitation. Sierra caught his sleeve before he moved too far. Are you sure? He stiffened at the contact. Sierra released immediately. Sorry. He looked at his sleeve where her fingers had been, then at her. I'm sure. Good. His expression shifted faintly. You say that like Myra. Insulting but accurate. Myra called softly from behind. I heard that. Then stopped being quotable. The scrape behind them became footsteps. Multiple. Fast. Annika's voice went low. Run. They ran. The tunnel punished speed. Stone tore at sleeves. Water splashed underfoot. Sierra swore every time she hit a wall. Myra's breathing turned sharp. Damon stayed close enough to catch her if she fell, far enough that she remained free. Ahead, Adrian stopped at a rusted grate. No, he whispered. Annika reached him. What? It's locked. She checked the mechanism. Old mechanical. Can you open it? Damon asked. With time, the footsteps behind them grew louder. How much? More than we have. Sierra crouched near the lock, pulled something from her jacket, and slid 2 thin picks into the mechanism. Everyone stared at her. She said, journalism. Annika lifted an eyebrow. That is burglary. Investigative journalism. The lock resisted. Footsteps closer. Damon moved to the rear, placing himself between the group and the sound. Myra saw Damon. I know. No, you're doing the thing. What thing? The thing where you make your body the door. Sierra grunted over the lock. He does that a lot. Annika took position beside Damon. Unfortunately, we need a door. Myra looked furious because she knew Annika was right. The first pursuer turned the corner. Not security. A woman in medical white, carrying a compact weapon. Then 2 men behind her. Damon recognized none of them. Good. It made restraint simpler. Back, he said. The woman raised her weapon. Annika fired first. The shot struck the wall near the woman's head. A warning. The woman froze. Damon's voice went cold. Drop it. She did. The 2 men did not. One lunged. Damon moved into him with controlled force, catching his arm, turning the wrist, putting him into the wet stone floor hard enough to empty his lungs, but not crack his skull. Annika took the second man down with brutal efficiency. The woman bolted. Myra stepped toward her. Wait. Damon caught Myra's sleeve. Not her wrist. Her sleeve. She looked back. He released immediately. She's bait. Myra's face tightened, or terrified. Yes. The woman vanished into the tunnel. Sierra snapped open. The grate shifted. Adrian ducked through first, then Sierra, Myra, Annika. Damon followed last, slamming the grate shut behind them just as more footsteps entered the passage. Annika jammed the lock with a tool. That will slow them. For how long? Sierra asked. Annika looked at the corroded metal. Enough to make us feel hopeful and later foolish. Appreciate the honesty. Beyond the grate, the tunnel changed. The stone became smooth black walls lined with thin veins of white. The same stone as the origin archive. The air grew colder, drier, older. Adrian slowed. This is the vault approach, he said. Damon felt it. His body recognized the place, even without memory. The wall ahead bore no door, only a blank black surface and a circular depression at chest height. Annika scanned. No visible mechanism. Adrian looked at Damon. It opens for primary air. Of course. Damon stepped forward. Myra moved with him, stopping at his side. You don't have the ring, she said. No. Maybe that helps. Maybe. Sierra held up the sealed pouch. Please tell me you do not need the cursed jewelry. The wall lit before she finished. Primary air recognized. Then, medical interpreter recognized. Myra's face went tight. The wall paused. Then, witness match recognized. Sierra stared at the wall. I reject this building's fixation. A final pause. Mirror air recognized. Adrian flinched. Damon looked at him. Name before function. Adrian breathed, then nodded. The wall opened. The veil vault was not a vault. It was a cathedral built for property. Black stone columns rose into a ceiling lost in shadow. Steel shelves lined the walls, each loaded with ledgers, rings, sealed contracts, and cylindrical cryogenic units glowing faint blue. In the center stood a circular platform surrounded by 4 carved stations. At the far end, beneath a massive thorned crest, Octavia Vale sat in a carved chair like a queen waiting for tribute. Noel stood beside her. Gree held her by the arm. Not roughly. That was worse. Noel's face remained calm, but blood mark. One temple where the flash blast had caught her. Her white dress was stained with soot. She looked not like Helena now, not like a ghost, not like the first mother. She looked like a woman who had spent decades surviving rooms designed to make her symbolic, and had finally run out of patience. Damon stepped into the vault. Myra stayed at his left, Sierra at his right. Annika moved slightly ahead, gun raised. Adrian remained near the threshold, shaking but upright. Octavia's gaze passed over all of them. She did not look surprised. She looked pleased. "Damon," she said, "you brought an entourage. Your mother had the same weakness." Damon stopped before the platform. Helena had allies. She had sentiment. It killed her. Noel's voice cut in. "No, you did." Octavia's eyes moved to her. For the first time, the old woman's composure thinned. Still dramatic after all these years. Still afraid of women with names, Noel replied. Gree smiled faintly, but her hand tightened on Noel's arm. Damon saw the movement. So did Annika. "Release her," Annika said. Gree looked amused. "I am beginning to enjoy your directness." "I won't enjoy repeating myself." Octavia lifted one hand. "Enough. We are not here for theater." Sierra laughed once. Octavia's gaze slid to her. "Miss Black." "Mrs. Corpse-in-Waiting." Mara's voice whispered in the earpiece. "Legally, avoid threats." Sierra said, "Allegedly." Octavia's mouth tightened. "Good." Sierra was useful, even when inappropriate. Especially then. Octavia turned back to Damon. "The final instrument has been initiated. Noel has signed. You will sign, and the bride clause will complete." "No," Octavia sighed. "You keep saying that as though refusal is a personality." "It can be," Sierra said. Myra's eyes flicked toward Damon. Orient. He did not look away from Octavia. Vale Vault, original estate, Octavia present, Gree present, Noel alive, choosing refusal. Octavia's gaze sharpened at the last word. "So Saint's daughter finally found religion," she said. Myra stiffened. Damon answered before she could. "No evidence." Octavia smiled thinly. "You always did borrow women's spines when yours became inconvenient." The insult struck old bone. Damon felt it. Myra did too. Her voice came low. "Not hers, yours." His breath steadied. Octavia watched the exchange. And for the first time, her expression changed with real interest. "Oh," she said softly, "that is new." Myra's face hardened. Damon did not move. Octavia looked Myra over like an acquisition. I wondered which of them would reach you after Alara. I underestimated the appeal of guilt. It is such a fertile emotion. Stop talking, Damon said. Gree laughed. There, protective aggression. Still clean under the detox. I told you he remained usable. Myra turned toward Gree. And I told you I am not the hand that turns the lock. Gree's scarred smile widened. No. Then, why are you standing exactly where your father stood? Myra went still. Damon looked at the floor. There were 4 carved stations around the platform. Each had an old inscription. Primary heir, first mother, witness, interpreter. Myra stood near the interpreter station. Sierra stood near witness. Damon near primary heir. Noel near first mother. The vault had placed them, or they had placed themselves inside the map before realizing. Damon stepped back from his station. The platform lights flickered. Octavia's face hardened. Good. Do not move yet, Myra said quickly. Damon froze. She was looking at the floor, eyes scanning the carved lines connecting the stations. If the contract is tied to position, stepping wrong might trigger fallback. Sierra looked down. I am once again requesting fewer evil floor designs. Myra crouched carefully, examining the carved grooves. This is older than the digital system. Pressure and conductive inlay. The stations are part of the instrument. Mara's voice came through. Can you disable? Maybe. Gree chuckled. No. Myra ignored her. The altered clause may depend on using the stations, not avoiding them. Octavia smiled again. At last, a saint who understands procedure. Myra's shoulders tightened. Damon spoke softly. Name. She looked up. He did not need to say more. Myra inhaled once. Myra, she said. The interpreter station, beneath her feet, pulsed. Not blue. White. Gree went still. Noel's eyes widened slightly. Damon understood. Names first, he said. Octavia's smile vanished. Sierra looked down at her station. Seraphina black. The witness station lit white. Adrian from the doorway whispered, Does it need me? Myra looked at the floor pattern. No, you are not in this contract. Adrian looked almost disappointed, then relieved, then ashamed of both. Damon said, That is freedom, not exclusion. Adrian's eyes lifted to him. The young man nodded once. Alara's voice entered through the comms unexpectedly. Noel. Damon went still. Alara, he said sharply. I'm not there, she said. Mara patched me in. Stop growling. Mara added, I made a controlled legal decision. Everyone can be angry later. Octavia looked toward the ceiling speakers. Alara Voss, still determined to involve yourself in documents too old for you. Alara's voice was cold. I was put in them before birth. I'm revising. Noel's face broke for half a second. Then she straightened. Noel Celia Ashcroft, she said. The first mother station lit white. The vault trembled. Gree's hand tightened on Noel's arm. Annika moved instantly. Let go. This time Gree did not smile. Octavia's voice sharpened. Damon, stand on the station. No. The primary air station remained dark. Octavia's eyes chilled. You think this saves them? Without your signature, the bride clause remains incomplete. The original covenant interpretation stands. Noel remains first mother under our law. Alara's child remains contested. Eden remains unclassified. Adrian remains property under prototype custody. You remain what I made. Damon felt the words strike every target. Noel, Ilara, Eden, Adrian, himself, efficient cruelty. Octavia had always known which wound to press, because she had named most of them. Myra looked at Damon. She is using truth as leverage. I know. What is your purpose? He looked at the dark station, then at Noel. Noel's gray eyes were steady. Do not sign as heir, she said. Octavia's face snapped toward her. Noel continued quickly. That is how she completes the old clause. You cannot sign as primary heir. Myra's gaze dropped to the contract pedestal in the center of the platform. Then, how does the altered clause complete? Noel looked at Damon. Helena knew the answer, she said. I never did. Gree laughed softly. Because Helena died before she could finish it. No, Damon said. Everyone looked at him. He heard his mother's words. The prototype cannot be freed by proving he was made. He must be allowed to refuse what he was made for. He looked at the primary air station. Primary air was a function, a cage, a role assigned by Octavia before he had language. Names first. Damon stepped onto the edge of the station, but not its center. The floor hummed. Octavia leaned forward. Myra's voice sharpened. Damon. I know. He looked down at the inscription. Primary heir. Then he looked at Noel. What did Marin call my mother? Noel blinked, thrown. What? Helena and Marin altered the contract. What name did Marin use for her? Noel's face shifted with memory. Not Helena Vale, she said slowly. Never in the papers. She said Vale was the cage. What did she call her? Noel swallowed. Helena Ash. Ash. Not Vale. Not heir. Not wife. A false name, maybe. Or a chosen one. Damon looked at the station again. Primary heir was the name Octavia gave him. Damon Adrian Vale was still attached to Vale, to his father, to the line, to the inheritance. But Helena had called him something else in the dark. My little Locke, not monster, not heir. Locke, a lock did not own. A lock prevented entry. A lock could keep a door shut. He stepped fully onto the station. It lit black. Octavia smiled. Damon spoke before she could. Damon Helena's son. The station flickered. Black to blue. Blue to white. The vault shuddered. Myra gasped. Sierra whispered, "Oh, that was good." Mara's voice came through, breathless despite herself. The system registered matrilineal override. Octavia stood. "No." Damon looked at her. "You built inheritance through fathers because mothers were harder to own." The primary air station turned fully white. The contract pedestal opened. The final instrument rose between them beneath glass. Noel had signed one line. Another remained blank, but the label beside it changed. Not primary veil air. Chosen refusal, Helena line. Octavia's composure cracked. Gree moved. Annika fired at the floor near Gree's feet. "Next one is not a warning." Gree stopped, eyes blazing. Myra stepped onto the interpreter station fully. "Read the active clause." The vault speakers engaged. A mechanical voice read from the contract in a flat, ceremonial tone. Upon evidence of coercive reproductive control, genetic manipulation, forced lineage assignment, identity substitution, or non-consensual heir recognition, the first mother may transfer authority over bloodline instruments to the named refusal party, provided the refusal party rejects inheritance claim, bride claim, child claim, and reproductive authority in the presence of witness, interpreter, and living line challenge. Alara's voice entered quietly. Living line challenge. Noel looked toward the ceiling. "Alara Marin Voss," Alara said. "Daughter of Marin Ashcroft Voss. I challenge any clause that names my body, my child, my mother's line, or any Ashcroft woman as transferable property." The vault light surged. Sierra lifted her recorder. "Serafina Black, witness. Recording under duress created by the covenant, but not under their authority." Myra's voice followed, steady despite the shake in her hands. "D. R. Myra Saint, medical interpreter. I attest that no biological condition, pregnancy, embryo, genetic marker, imprint response, or engineered compatibility constitutes consent." Noel closed her eyes briefly, then opened them and spoke. "Noel Celia Ashcroft, first mother designation holder by coercion, identity confinement, and bloodline fraud. I transfer all authority away from covenant ownership and toward individual legal personhood." Gree screamed, "You stupid relic. Without the covenant, you are nothing." Noel looked at her. "No," she said. "Without the covenant, I might finally be old." The sentence broke something in the room. Sierra's eyes shone with sudden fury. Myra's lips parted. Even Annika's expression flickered. "Old, not preserved, not active, not designation, allowed to age, allowed to have a life that time touched." Damon looked at the contract. The final line waited. Chosen refusal, Helena line. He picked up the pen. Octavia's voice went soft. "Damon." The old command. The old hand on his shoulder. The old God pretending to be grandmother. "You sign that," she said, "and you lose everything." He looked at her. Vale Global. The estate. The The trusts, the rings, the vault, the bloodline assets, the authority, the terror his name carried into boardrooms and courts. Everything Octavia believed made a man real, because she had never loved anything that did not require possession. "No," he said. Her eyes narrowed. "I return everything." Then he signed, Damon Helena's son. The pen did not explode into light. The vault did not collapse. No ancient curse shattered like glass. For 1 second, nothing happened. Then every ring on every shelf cracked. Not shattered, cracked. A sound like ice splitting across a lake passed through the vault. One after another, old black stones split down their centers. Gold bands sprang open. Sealed cases unlocked. Ledger cabinets released. Cryogenic units shifted from covenant lock to medical neutral custody. Mara's voice came through the comms, sharp with triumph. "I have transfer logs. Asset authority just moved to a protected trust. Not veil, not covenant. Victim and child protection structure." Helena's countermeasure worked. Sierra laughed once, stunned. "Your mother committed estate planning homicide from beyond the grave." Damon looked at Octavia. For the first time in his life, his grandmother looked afraid. Not of him, of irrelevance. Gree lunged for the contract. Myra moved first, not with a weapon, with the injector she had packed for Adrian. She caught Gree's wrist, twisted, and drove the needle into Gree's forearm with clinical precision. Gree gasped. Annika tackled her before she could recover, forcing her to the stone floor. "What did you give her?" Myra's breathing came fast. "Counterstimulant. It will neutralize whatever she dosed herself with." Gree snarled beneath Annika's hold. "You are still your father's daughter." Myra looked down at her. "Yes," she said, "and I am still the woman who chose against him." Gree's eyes widened. Then the drug took effect. Her body went slack enough for Annika to cuff her. Octavia did not run. That was not her style. She stood near the carved chair, watching the cracked rings, the open ledgers, the contract no longer hers. "You think law will save them?" she asked. Mara's voice answered before anyone else could. "No. Law will document you. Consequences will vary by jurisdiction." Sierra added, "The public version will be less polite." Octavia ignored them. Her eyes stayed on Damon. "Helena made you weak." Damon stepped off the station. The floor did not punish him. No alarm. No command. Just stone beneath his feet. "No," he said. "She left me a way out." "And what are you without the veil line?" He looked around the vault. At Noel, breathing as herself. At Myra, hand shaking but chin lifted. At Sierra, recorder raised like a blade. At Adrian, standing near the threshold without a ring. At Annika, holding Gree down. At the speakers, through which Alara's breath came steady and alive. "What are you without the veil line?" For the first time, the question did not feel like a threat. It felt unfinished. "I'll find out," he said. Octavia's mouth tightened. Then Silas entered the vault with 2 security officers and a pair of federal agents Damon did not know. Mara's voice came through dryly. I mentioned I knew people who answered phones at dawn. She returned. Federal agents already. Mara said, I made controlled legal decisions. Annika looked up from securing Gree. That phrase is doing a lot of work. It always does. The lead agent approached Octavia with visible caution. Octavia Vale, you are being detained pending investigation into conspiracy, unlawful confinement, medical coercion, fraud, and additional charges to be determined. Octavia laughed softly. You have no idea what additional means. No, Sierra said, but I'm going to help them spell it. Octavia's eyes moved to her, then to Myra, then to Noel, then finally T. Oh, Damon, dynasties do not end because one damaged boy signs away his inheritance. Noel stepped forward. No, she said. They end when everyone they named starts answering differently. Octavia looked at her with pure hatred. Noel smiled faintly, not kindly, old suddenly, human. The agents took Octavia. Annika hauled Gree up and handed her to separate custody with the air of a woman who would have preferred a less procedural conclusion, but respected the need for testimony. The vault did not empty quickly. Evidence never did. Mara arrived in person 22 minutes later, wearing the camel coat, mud on her shoes, and an expression of cosmic irritation. You all look awful, she said. Sierra lowered her recorder. Nice to see you too. It is not nice. It is necessary. Mara looked at the open final instrument, then at Noel. Her voice changed. Ms. Ashcroft. Noel braced herself. Mara said, You need counsel. Noel blinked, then laughed. It was a small, cracked sound. The first thing about her that did not feel preserved. Yes, she said. I imagine I do. Mara nodded. Good. We will begin with identity restoration and a protective order. Noel looked overwhelmed by the practical kindness of that. Damon understood. Some kindness worked best when it arrived holding paperwork. Alara was brought to the vault only after Myra cleared the route, and Silas threatened to carry her if she did not accept a wheelchair for the lower level. Alara chose walking out of spite until the stairs made the choice medically stupid. Then she sat in the chair like a queen tolerating foreign custom. When she reached the vault, Noel turned. For a moment, neither woman spoke. Marin's daughter, Marin's sister, 2 survivors of the same family rupture, meeting in a room where old men and older women had tried to make their bloodline more real than their names. Alara stood before the chair, fully stopped. Noel stepped forward, then stopped too, as if unsure whether she had the right to touch what she had spent decades grieving in theory. Alara solved it. She crossed the last step and wrapped her arms around Noel. Noel made one sound, a soft, wounded thing, then and she held Alara back. Damon looked away, not because the moment was private, though it was, because some griefs should not have witnesses who did not know what to do with their own hands. Myra stood beside him, quiet, not touching. After a moment, she said, "Vitals." He breathed, elevated, stable, emotional state, unknown. That's honest. Alara would call it evasive. She would be right. He looked at Myra. She was watching Noel and Alara, eyes bright with unshed tears. Her face still held exhaustion, blood loss, guilt, and something like relief, trying to find permission. "You saved him," Damon said. Myra looked at him. "Adrian." "Yes." I removed a ring. "You asked his name." Her mouth tightened. "I asked the question someone should have asked sooner." "Yes." "That is not saving. It may be the beginning." She looked down. Her fingers flexed at her side. Damon saw the tremor. "May I?" he asked. She looked at his hand. The vault was full of people now. Federal agents, security, Mara, Sierra, Alara, Noel, Adrian, the dead machinery of his family cracking open around them. No secrecy, no dark intimacy, no protocol, just an offer. Myra looked back at him. "Hand only," she said. He held out his hand, palm open. She placed hers in it. Their fingers closed. No ring, no command, no white station beneath them. Warm skin, human choice. Damon felt the contact move through him, and for the first time, he did not interrogate whether it was engineered, triggered, contaminated, or useful. It was wanted. It was contained. It had been asked and answered. That was enough. Myra's thumb shifted once against his hand. A question without words. "More." His fingers tightened slightly. "Yes." She breathed in, then let go first. He let her. Sierra watched from near the contract pedestal, eyes narrowed. "Still hate that." Myra closed her eyes. "I know." Damon looked at Sierra. "Noted." "No, not noted." "Noted sounds like you're putting my disapproval in a file. You assume I haven't." Sierra pointed at him. "There he is, emotionally defective billionaire restored to baseline." Alara, still holding Noel's hand, glanced over. "Unfortunately, that may be progress." Damon almost smiled. This time, he let it happen. Small, brief, real enough that Myra saw it and went still. Sierra made a face. "No, absolutely not. I refuse charm as a recovery mechanism." Mara looked up from the contract. "I support that objection." The smile vanished, but the room had already seen it. Strain, to be seen, and not immediately used. Adrian stood near one of the cracked ring shelves. He had not moved much since entering the vault. Damon crossed to him slowly, stopping at a careful distance. Adrian looked at the broken rings. "What happens to me now?" Damon's chest tightened. 100 answers waited, most of them wrong because they were built on what someone could do for him, to him, around him. Damon chose the only honest one. I don't know. Adrian nodded, as if he had expected that. Damon continued. Mara will help with legal identity. Myra can help with medical records, if you want. Silas can arrange safety. Sira will probably ask invasive questions, and then pretend they're journalism. I heard that, Sira said. You were intended to. Adrian's mouth moved faintly. Not quite a smile. Damon looked at him. No one gets to name you before you do. Adrian's eyes lowered to his bare hand. What if I don't know how? Then you wait. That S aloud. Damon thought of Helena, of Marin, of Noel, of every person in the room trying to step out of a function and into a name. Yes, he said, it is. Adrian nodded. This time, the movement looked less like compliance. Above them, the first weak light of morning began filtering through the upper estate shafts. Not sunlight, exactly. Gray winter light. The kind that revealed damage without flattering it. The vault looked worse in morning. Good. Let every cracked ring, every exposed ledger, every canister and contract and bloodline lie be seen without candlelight, ceremony, or myth. Annika approached Damon. Her forearm had been bandaged badly, but sufficiently. Gree is secured. Octavia is in custody. External teams are sweeping the estate. We found 3 sealed rooms under the west foundation. Empty, but recently used. Damon's jaw tightened. Children. No sign yet. Records suggest movement before we arrived. Sira's face hardened. Where? Annika looked at the files in Mara's hands. That's the next fight. Of course, it did not end. Dynasties did not die in one vault, no matter what the contract said. Money moved faster than remorse. Doctors disappeared. Judges misremembered. Children hidden by systems needed more than rescue. They needed law, medicine, identity, and time. But something had ended. The old claim had cracked. That mattered. Noel moved toward Damon, Alara beside her. Up close, the resemblance to Helena was still there, but it no longer struck him first. Noel's eyes were different. Her mouth. The way she held herself, not like his mother, but like a woman forcibly preserved inside a role, and now testing the shape of her own age. Damon, she said. He nodded once. Noel. Her name, not designation. Her eyes softened. Your mother believed you would refuse, she said. I didn't know how. No, her gaze moved briefly to Myra, then Alara, Sira, Adrian, Mara, Annika. So she left you people who would make the question impossible to avoid. Sira folded her arms. I object to being drafted by a dead woman. Mara said, I object to your objection, but admire the form. Noel smiled faintly. Then her expression changed. Damon saw it. The vault seemed to draw in around her. What? He asked. Noel looked toward the cracked rings. The bride clause is redirected, she said, but not dissolved. Mara's head snapped up. Clarify. Noel looked at the open contract. Helena and Marin altered the instrument to transfer authority away from the covenant. They could not destroy the old structure without activating it. That means the role still exists legally inside the trust architecture. Damon went cold. Alara's face tightened. First mother. Noel nodded, and bride. Sierra said, I hate this sentence already. Mara crossed to the contract, reading fast. Her expression turned grim. She's right. The clause no longer binds Noel to Damon as reproductive property or marital obligation, but it preserves a legal bridge between first mother authority and the Helena line refusal party. Meaning, Annika asked. Mara's mouth flattened. Meaning, until we unwind the trust in court, Noel and Damon are linked as co-authorities over the transferred covenant assets. Damon looked at Noel. Noel looked back, not with fear, with recognition of a trap that had changed shape rather than vanished. Bride contract, Sierra said slowly, but now without the forced bride part. Functionally, Mara said, a hostile cotersteship disguised in old ceremonial language. Sierra blinked. I understood almost half of that. Alara said, the contract still connects them. Yes, Mara said. Damon's face hardened. Remove it. I intend to, Mara said. But not in this room, not before breakfast, and not without 3 judges, 2 forensic accountants, and possibly an exorcist. Noel looked at Damon. For a moment, the room seemed to narrow around them. Not romantically, not yet, but historically, a man made heir against his will. A woman made bride against hers. Both standing in the remains of a contract altered by women who had died, fled, hidden, and survived badly enough to leave them a way out that was not yet fully open. Damon said, You will not be my bride. Noel's gray eyes held his. No, she said softly, I will not, and I will not be your keeper. No, and if the law requires us to stand beside each other until it is unwound, then we stand, Noel said, not kneel. Something in the room settled. Mara nodded once. Good, that language I can work with. Alara took Noel's hand again. Myra stood quietly beside Damon, not touching him now. Sierra kept recording. Adrian looked at the cracked rings. Annika watched the doors. Silas watched everyone. Morning reached the vault fully. Then every screen in the room flickered. Not Gree, not Octavia, not the estate system. A black screen appeared with a single white line of text. LUCI and Veil access accepted. Damon went still. Sierra whispered, Of course he has a post-credit scene. The message changed. Brother, if you are reading this, then either you broke the bride contract or it broke you. I am hoping for the first. I am betting on the second as insurance. The Covenant children were moved before Gree returned to the estate. I know where some of them went. You will need Noel to open the next door. You will need Myra to know which children can survive the opening. You will need Sira, because the world believes stories before warrants. You will need Alara, because law without fury is paperwork. You will need the boy, because he knows what we became when no one came in time. And you will need to stop thinking refusal is the end. It is only the first honest answer. The screen paused. Then one final line appeared. P.S. Octavia was never the oldest thing in the covenant. The vault lights went out. A hidden door opened behind the cracked ring shelves. Cold air poured through, carrying dust, salt, and the faint scent of roses long dead. Beyond the door was a staircase descending deeper than the vault. Noel went white. Damon looked at her. What is down there? She did not answer at first. When she did, her voice was barely more than breath. The original bride room,